Ultimate tier list. Yeah, that's what I mostly wait for with each system is if the system has something I want on it, then I'll get it. I got the Xbox One because I really wanted to play Sunset Overdrive, which is a really good game. And I got the PS5 because I wanted to play Miles Morales on it. Plus, there's a few other games coming out soon that I really want to play, like the new Ratchet and Clank and whatnot. Alright. Oh, hold on. I didn't tweet out that I was live. I need to tweet that I'm live real quick. Hold on. I was a fool and forgot to hit the send button. Ah! Okay, let's turn down the music a tiny bit more. There's just an explosion of sound in my ears. There we go. Now I hit the send button. So now we can begin. Alright. So I did gather around every Sonic game in existence. We got 104 games to go through. I did try to randomize it a bit. There's no randomized button. Sadly, it goes by file name. So I just like grabbed games, just jumbled around everywhere. Yeah, I'm hoping we'd be here for a while. So much excitement with that. Alright. So let's see how this goes, shall we? Before I go though, or before I start, let me explain the rankings and whatnot. So I'm gonna go from bottom up. So, never played. I put in games that I never played before, because there are a few that I haven't played, but I do have an opinion on them. I have seen gameplay of them. So I wanted to talk about them a bit. E-Rank is absolutely worse. I cannot stand the game. I downright despise it. There's nothing redeeming about the game for me. I just can't stand it. D-Rank is a Sonic game I wouldn't really want to go back to, but I didn't have a bad time with it. It was subpar at best. C rank's kind of the average, like meh, it was alright. I'd have a fun time with it. Probably play it again. B rank is okay, this was a pretty good Sonic game. Definitely play it again. You know, just sitting there. A rank and S rank are kind of the same, where it'll be just games that I adore so much that I just talk about a lot and love so much. S rank is just that little bit more where I like it, just a little bit more than A rank. And then Ultimate Lifeform rank. Yeah, so E rank just makes me want to. It just makes me, yeah, vomit basically. Ultimate Lifeform rank are Sonic games that I hold incredibly high, like incredibly high. Either for nostalgia's sake, or there was something about the game that trying to think of the right word, just stood out to me really well, you know? Like, these are just Sonic games that I cannot see anything bad about. I'm not saying the games are perfect, because I'm going to put a few in there that some people will probably be like, yeah, but it's got this problem. Be like, nah. Nostalgia tells me I gotta put it in there. No ifs, ands, or buts. Where's my music? Don't cut out on me, music. Why is the music cutting out of me? We're just starting and you do this crap to me. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're still good. I don't know why my music's flipping out here. Alright. So now that we got the rankings out of the way, let's start ranking, shall we? So, first we have on the list is Sonic Chaos. Now, funny enough, this is a Sonic game that I kind of avoided for a long time, Sonic Chaos. Not because I wanted to, it was just a game I just didn't feel like picking up. But I found it for $2 recently and played through it entirely in a day. And it was alright. It was a pretty alright game. Probably put it in C rank. Because it was a good game, but I don't see myself coming back to it very often. The only reason I'd want to come back to it is to find the Chaos Emeralds, which are kind of a pain to find in the first place. But it was alright. Big issue I had was my Game Gear was broken at the time, so it wasn't the best way to play it. But that's not the fault of the game. One thing with the game was mostly level design. There was one level that it was just nothing but bottomless pits. And you couldn't tell what was a bottomless pit. There were just parts of the ground that you would fall through. And it kind of got on my nerves. But it did have a lot of fun moments with it. I enjoyed the final boss and such. So all in all, I wasn't really that disappointed by it. Wasn't the best game to start this tier list with, but it is the most recent that I picked up. And we got Sonic Chronicles The Dark Brotherhood next. So, Sonic Chronicles The Dark Brotherhood was kind of a game I always wanted to have. I was one of those kids that did compare Sonic to Mario a lot. And I did enjoy Mario RPGs. I enjoyed Paper Mario, Mario RPG, Mario and Luigi. So, I always wanted Sonic to take the RPG route, and Sonic Chronicles was that. And I love the game for that. There are a few problems with it, though. The game is incredibly short for an RPG. Max level is 30, and beating the game, you don't even get max level. You beat the game at, like, level 22, around there. Another thing is, it's also part 1 that never got a part 2. So it ends with a cliffhanger, and that's mostly because of legal issues. There was a huge legal dispute over the game because someone who worked on the Archie comics, I'm not going to say his name, sued BioWare, who developed the game, because he claimed that he created space echidnas, which they used echidnas in space in Sonic Chronicles. So he tried to fight them on that. It became a huge legal dispute. He's the reason the Sonic comics got cancelled and redone by IDW, stuff like that. So yeah, we never got a continuation of that, but all in all, the game is still really good. The music is subpar. They used royalty-free music, which people find on our website. And on top of that, it's all chiptune, like really bad ear-grating chiptune. There are a couple tunes I like, but it is kind of degrading. But being a Sonic RPG, and actually being a fun Sonic RPG, once you learn the basics and stuff, I'd say it's a B rank. I would gladly go back to it. I've been wanting to stream it again recently, actually. Not again, but stream it for the first time. I always thought it would be fun. So, next on the list is kind of an odd choice, so this immediately goes in the never played section. This was a Sonic popcorn machine back in 1993. And it was only in Japan. So, what this was an arcade machine where you would put a coin in, and you'd have a little screen where Sonic and Tails were making popcorn, and Eggman would try to ruin it. And you would do like little inputs, like spinning a wheel and stuff, to help Sonic make the popcorn before Eggman stopped him. And at the end of it, you would get a bag of popcorn. You would get a realistic bag of popcorn that you could eat. There were 3 flavors, I believe. I don't remember the flavors off the top of my head. Yeah, popcorn. But it's one thing I also reference a lot. It was actually a level element in Sonic Mania. There was a part in one of the stages where you go into a Sonic popcorn machine and get popped out at the top. And it was pretty cool. But yeah, I've never seen one, I've never played it, but I always found it really cool, though. It was pretty nice. Yeah, some of these 3 kind of were bad ones to start, because I don't have much to say about these 3. Once we get into it, though, like, once we get to, like, here, I'll have a lot more to talk about. So, there will be more to come. We're not just going to be blasting through this at Sonic speed. Okay. So, next is Sonic Lost World on the 3DS. I like this game. A lot of people didn't like Lost World a lot. I really enjoyed Lost World. I do consider it more of a spin-off. I think it is kind of a main series Sonic game, but it does feel very spin-offy to me. But the thing I liked is it is difficult. I've always liked having Sonic games that kind of kick my butt a little bit. Not in cheap ways, but in a way that, I don't know, just like good difficulty, you know? Good, well-rounded difficulty. 3DS version, however, was too difficult. So there were some later levels that were nearly impossible to get through, just because what the game expected from you was a little ridiculous. And one thing that a lot of people had trouble with, I didn't have much trouble with it, was the Chaos Emeralds. The special stages required gyro control full 360, and there was no way to go around it. You needed to see every direction around you with the gyro control, which, making it a handheld Sonic game, kind of made it very difficult to play portably. That or make you look like a weirdo in like the middle of a store or something. But the game was still pretty fun though, and I kind of enjoyed the implementation of the Wii U version, because you could connect the two games together to upgrade RC vehicles and stuff like that. But it was definitely a slower paced Sonic game. It was more platform heavy. But I enjoyed the parkour system, and the level design is actually really clever, because it follows like basic level design like grass, desert, water, snow, but it puts like special themed stages within that. Like the snow theme world has a casino act in it, which is pretty cool. As for the 3DS version though, I'd say C rank. Like, not terrible, but honestly not bad. I'm actually going to jump this further back, because yeah, I'll put this forward, because I need to talk about this one first before we talk about the spaceship. And next is Sega Superstars. So, I'm going to throw this further down. Sega Superstars was a PS2 exclusive for the iToy camera. So, it had a bunch of different games with it. The Sonic one in particular, there were two Sonic games actually, was you have to move your hand in a circle, and wherever your hand was, Sonic would move to. And you have to guide Sonic through a tunnel, collecting rings, avoiding bombs to collect Chaos Emeralds. It was basically a special stage, just with a webcam. And the other one was a Chow Garden, where you had a Chow sitting in front of you, you could pet it, feed it, play with it. And it was a lot of fun. But it also had other games in it. It had Super Monkey Ball, Nights into Dreams, Crazy Taxi, Samba de Amigo, Billy Hatcher, House of the Dead, Puyo Puyo, Space Channel 5. And they were all just minigames, like you would hold up your hands to fly as knights, or you have to wave down a taxi for Crazy Taxi. Stuff like that. The most advanced one was definitely the Puyo Puyo one, because it would drop Puyos on you, which were these little blob things, and you'd have to catch them with your arms and guide them into the right bucket on the side of the screen. So you'd have like red, green, blue, yellow, and just guide them with your body. But it was really fun. It's not that in-depth of a game. It is a minigame collection, which iToy is riddled with. But I find it very fun. It's very arcade-like in the way it approached its minigames. So I'd probably put this B rank above Chronicles. Yeah. So now we got Shadow the Hedgehog next. So, Shadow the Hedgehog was the first game I played with swearing. Yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog swears in this game. when they were making this game, it was aimed to be rated T. They wanted to push a hard rated T rating, but ESRB came out with E10 and up at that time. So they decided to reel back some of the violence in the game to aim for that E10 and up rating. Like, you would fight aliens and humans, and they removed the blood for when you kill humans, and they changed the alien blood from red to green so that they could get the E10 and up rating. All in all, the controls are very slippery for the game. More slippery than Sonic Heroes. Like, I kind of have a hard time keeping Shadow still, which I've kind of gotten used to. I could play through the game pretty easily, but moments where I need to stand still, like when I do stream it, I do want to eventually stream it. You'll find that there are a lot of moments where I don't stand still, I just start running in circles, and that's because it's easier than stopping Shadow's momentum and then just shooting off to wherever you need to go. And the guns are actually very fun. It works similarly to the homing attack, where you don't know what you're targeting, but it auto-targets to the nearest enemy. And it's pretty accurate. It works really well. My favorite is this chicken vacuum gun that just sucks up enemies like crazy. And when you suck up 30 enemies, you get a random item. But the thing I really liked the most was the level progression. So the game only has 6 stages, so you could beat the game in an hour easily, where you just blast through 6 stages. The fun with it, however, is how you approach those stages. So yeah, there are 6 stages to go through the game, but there are like 30 stages in all. You will have 3 objectives in each level: a neutral, a good side, and a bad side mission. And depending on what you do, you would take different routes to different endings and different levels, based on you making Shadow evil, Shadow good, or just in the middle down the road. And there were 10 endings overall to get. I never did get the true ending. I have seen all 10 normal endings, but I never got the true ending of the game. And it's something I definitely want to come back to. But I don't think the game is that terrible as a lot of people put it. It's definitely, like, hardcore edgy that people joke about. It is definitely that hardcore, like, it's too edgy for itself. But I still have a good time with it. It's a lot of fun. So I'd probably put it low B rank. I was thinking high C rank, but low B rank. Low B rank would be perfect for it. Whew. So next will be Sonic 06. Sonic 06. So what do I think on Sonic 06? So, a lot of people got hyped for this game back in 2005 when the initial trailer for it came out. But it had a troubled development, which resulted in a very glitchy, buggy mess. But I do like Sonic 06. And kind of for the wrong reasons. Like, I don't like the story. I despise Sonic's story in the game. Shadow's story is alright, Silver's story is really good, Sonic's story is complete garbage. I hate Sonic's story in the game. But, yeah, outside of that, it is a lot of fun when you can get around the controls, but you will have a lot of moments where the game will just do things that it shouldn't. You can go through walls, invisible barriers. Bosses can trap you in a corner and make it where you can't move until you're dead. Just stuff like that. You can walk up walls with no hesitation. But that's why I love it. Because you could do the weirdest things in the game that just lead to hilarious results. And it's multiplayer too. I always love playing multiplayer with friends, just seeing how broken we can get to it. As a game itself, it can be fun. There are a lot of levels of fun. I don't like Silver's gameplay though. Silver is way too slow. And there's some levels I just don't like. Like, there's the desert level with Silver where you have to maneuver these balls that you can only hit so many times through the level. And I hate it. It's garbage. I hate it. But it's a game I do like to come back to often. but I wouldn't say it's not a good game by any means. It's fun, but it's fun for the wrong reasons. So because of that, it's in D rank. A very high D rank. Like almost C rank, but high D rank. That's kind of how I see it. So next we got Sonic 1 on the Game Gear. I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the hardest game I have an opinion on. Just because Sonic 1 on the Game Gear is very weird. Because it came out, I believe it came out the same day as Sonic 1 on the Genesis. But, it's more platform heavy. Like, there are a lot of moments that you can't really run. But it does have one of my favorite classic Sonic stages, which is Bridge Zone. I enjoy Bridge Zone a lot. But, I don't know, it's very hard to have an opinion on it because it's just a very basic platformer. Like, it's not good, but it's not bad. It's just very mediocre. It's kind of hard to place it. Especially since it was the first of its time. I can't really judge it based on what it doesn't have, because Sonic didn't really have anything at the time. This was his premiere. So probably very middle of the road C rank. Very middle of the road. Just because I really don't have an opinion on it. Like, it's not a bad game, just... I don't know. I don't know what to say. Alright. So next we have Sonic 2 on the Sega Genesis. I'm excited for this one. So, Sonic 2 was the first Sonic game I owned. The very first Sonic game I played was Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast, but I didn't own it. I played it at my great-aunt's house. They had like a Dreamcast launch party where I got to try out Sonic Adventure there and loved it. And because of how much I loved it, my parents went and got me a used Sega Genesis with Sonic 2. And Sonic 2 is a game I love to come back to every so often. I love 100%ing Sonic 2. All the stages I think are great, except for the final act of Metropolis Zone. No, that's it. Just Metropolis Zone. Like, I love Hilltop Zone, I love Mystic Cave, Chemical Plant, Aquatic Ruin, Casino Night. It's all in all just a really, really good game. And funny enough, it's an unfinished game. They lost some of the code before it was released, and there were some levels that ended up cut. But it's still a pretty lengthy game. I believe it's 12 or 11 zones in the game. Which, only being a year after Sonic 1 is a huge feat. So, this one definitely goes in the S rank. Very easily for me. It's not my favorite of the classic trilogy, or classic games in general, but it is really good. It's really, really good. So we got 3D Blast on the Genesis. Now I do have it on the Saturn. We'll get to that later on. But the Genesis version for me is honestly kind of the lesser version of it. It's not a bad version. It's basically the same game as Sega Saturn, because the Sega Saturn version is just, they took the Genesis version and updated it. It's the same code and everything. But I don't like the soundtrack as much. Which is funny because a lot of 3D Blast's music in the Genesis version is used in Sonic Adventure. But I like it better in Sonic Adventure than I do here. But for 3D Blast, I'd probably put it... I'll put it under Sega Superstar, above Chronicles. It's not a bad version of the game, but I do hate that Sega keeps pushing this one, given that the Saturn one does look a lot nicer, and I honestly prefer the Saturn soundtrack. Funny enough, I do have 3D Blast on PC, the Saturn version on PC. But I do love it. I did stream it last year. I kind of would like to stream it again, although I'll give it a bit of time since it was like late last year and we're only halfway through 2021. But yeah, 3D Blast it's a good game. I've always liked isometric platformers, and I thought it was a pretty good isometric platform. I know a lot of people hate the flicky hunting, because instead of racing to the goal like a normal Sonic game, you have to hunt for 5 enemies within each area of a level. Defeat the enemy, collect the bird inside, throw the birds in a ring to teleport to the next area of the stage. And I know a lot of people hated that. Honestly, it didn't bother me much, because a lot of the enemies are in straight paths. You don't really have to go off the beaten path that much to find them. But there are a couple later levels that do have off-the-road paths and traps that'll knock you back an area, and you can get lost very easily with that. I've played it enough where I don't get lost. So now we got Sonic 3. So this is going to be interesting too, because Sonic 3 is the favorite of the trilogy for me. However, this is just Sonic 3. So if you don't know, Sonic 3 had to be finished within a time limit, so Sega decided to cut the game in half. So this is basically Sonic 3 Part 1. It's only got 6 levels compared to the 11-12 that Sonic 2 had, and the ending just kind of ends. But later that year they released a game called Sonic and Knuckles, which was basically Sonic 3 Part 2. Then you could actually combine the 2 games together to make a full-length Sonic game out of it. And it's a cool idea, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Sonic and Knuckles. For Sonic 3 by itself, it's still a fun game. I love the introduction of the cutscenes. There is no dialogue, it's all just animated. And it gives the characters a lot more personality, which is something they always push with Sonic with his idle animations and such. Is just giving him that attitude that everyone loved in the 90s. But all in all, it's a very solid game. There's only one problem with it, and that's this. In the casino, they have a casino stage in the game that I was stuck on for 10 years. I was stuck on this one casino stage for 10 years because you reach this one point in the level where there's a barrel, and to get past the barrel, you have to press up and down on the D-pad. Game doesn't tell you that at all. And pressing up and down on the D-pad, it doesn't immediately move the barrel. So it's hard to tell what you even need to do. So I kept getting stuck on that barrel. I couldn't get past it for 10 years till I eventually broke down, looked it up, and immediately got annoyed with it. But the pixel art is very beautiful in this one. They went for a more realistic style than a cartoony style. So there's a lot more detail. Sonic is a lot more expressive. All in all, it's just a really nice game. The only thing is it's just been divided into 2, which I like the walk-on technology. I find that very cool. Do I like it more than Sonic 2, though? I'm going to say it's less than Sonic 2. By itself, it's okay. But when you combine it with Sonic and Knuckles, which, again, we'll get to later, it becomes a wonderful game. And it's my favorite of the trilogy because of that, but it has to have that Knuckles content with it. And now we got Sonic 4 Episode 1. I'm tempted to move this further down before we... No, I'll leave it up here. So Sonic 4 Episode 1. Funny enough, Sonic 4 Episode 1 was actually one of the first games I did a playthrough of back in 2011. No, was it 2011? No, it was 2010, actually. 2010 was when it came out. It was one of the first playthroughs I did on my YouTube channel. And honestly, I liked it. I did stream it again recently, a couple years back. And I still actually had a good time with it, now that I think about it. The only thing with it is it's very, 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 very short. Because it was a WiiWare title. And if you made a WiiWare game for the Wii, it had to be on this very strict memory limit. So because of that, even though it's multi-plat, they had to fit it within that restriction for the Nintendo Wii. So the game only has 4 levels to blast through. If I could say words right. But they did push a more modern take on it, which is what people didn't like. People wanted a true classic form. They wanted classic Sonic's old design. It added the homing attack, which a lot of people didn't like because it just added alternate routes where you would just bounce off enemies to reach higher routes. And it was kind of obvious because they had one specific enemy chosen for the homing attack route, so if you saw that one enemy, you knew you just had a homing attack. And every stage in Episode 1 is actually just the same stages from Sonic 1 and 2. Like, you got Green Hill Zone, you got Casino Night Zone, you got Labyrinth Zone, you got Metropolis Zone. Like, these zones have new names, like Splash Hill. Trying to remember what the casino one's called, actually. But it's basically the same as the stages from Sonic 1 and 2. But, I played the iOS version, the Wii version, and the Xbox version of this game. And iOS actually has a different level to push using your tablet to tilt. But I didn't think it was that bad of a game. Looking at it though, it was really short, and giving a lot of people's hype at the time, yeah, it was disappointing to have modern Sonic's design in it. Especially now that we have Classic Sonic and Sonic Mania. But I'd say it's very average. Better than Lost World 3DS. You know what? Better than Sonic Chaos, actually. It's still going to be very middle of the road C rank, but what we have in C rank right now, it is better than those, I think. So now we got Sonic Free Riders. So this is a weird game for me. Sonic Free Riders, I gotta specify that. The reason I was talking about moving it down earlier is because I do like the Sonic Riders series. I will talk more about Sonic Riders when we get to it. Actually, we're not that far into it, actually. Oh boy, yeah. This is what you were waiting for, Neon Flare. So, my family actually got the Kinect at launch. We got Kinect day one, and Sonic Free Riders was the game I chose to be my day one game. I forgot what my dad got. My mom just got an exercise game, but I forgot what my dad got. I think he got Kinect Sports, but Sonic Free Riders was my game. I got used to the controls. The controls don't work that well in the game. And honestly, some of the things they expect you to do is ridiculous. Like, to pull off a trick when you jump off a ramp, you have to, at the tail end of a ramp, jump, do a full 360 in the air, and land. Which is ridiculous. But because of how broken the controls were, I just found out if I jump, do a 180, and then jump and do another 180, it counts me doing the 360. There were some of the motion controls I did like. Like, one I did enjoy was when you would go through like a corridor, and there would be rings off the track that you couldn't get to. You would just hold your hand out to grab the rings. I thought that was pretty neat. But there are a lot of parts that kind of expect you to be very, very active, and it can be very painful. Like, halfway through a track, you'll be underwater, and you have to flail your arms like crazy to swim through it. And, the Kinect doesn't really read your body that well, because you have to pretend you're standing on a skateboard. So when you're facing sideways, the Kinect has a hard time reading, like, how your body's facing and where everything is. Again, I got used to it. That's just because I put a lot of time and effort into it, more than I probably should have. Hey Trey, how you doing? But it's definitely not a good game. But it's one I would definitely like to play again. Not because it's really good, but just because, like, it would be amusing. Just having me using the Kinect. You're doing alright? That's good. I'm doing okay. I'm very thirsty. Got a lot of waters. I'd say very low D rank, under Sonic 06. Yeah. Not here for too long, have something to do? Okay. I appreciate you popping in. But yeah, Sonic Free Riders is not that amazing of a game, to be honest. I can have fun with it. I even played with the online. The game has online. You could race people online in this game. But yeah, there were a lot of things it just wasn't made for. It was pushed really fast through development just to be a launch title for the Kinect, which was a new piece of technology no one knew how to develop for yet. So I had fun with it, but it's definitely not. It's not that good of a game. It could have been way, way better. I don't know. I think that's all I have to say about it. That and the story is garbage. The other Sonic Riders games have great stories. Sonic Free Riders is a garbage story. The story is literally Eggman in disguise holds a racing tournament. Everyone races. Eggman is using it to learn how to beat Sonic in a race. That's the whole story. Like, the character interactions aren't nothing more than, oh, I'm racing you next, I'm gonna beat you. Every cutscene's basically that. So yeah, now we got Sonic N. Honestly, I don't know why I put this here. So, I never owned an N-Gage. So I'll put that in the never played pile. But what makes it interesting is Sonic N is actually another Sonic game, which is, we'll talk about later, Sonic Advance. But on the N-Gage, if you don't know what the N-Gage was, I believe it was made by Nokia? I think it was a Nokia phone. It was a Nokia phone that they pushed as a game system to rival the Game Boy Advance. Problem is, instead of widescreen like a Game Boy Advance, it was a very thin screen. And with Sonic N, it took the widescreen and crunched it into that tiny screen. So you had less to see while you were running at full speed. Which was very interesting. Now you could shrink down the screen so you had the widescreen perspective, but that made the already tiny screen even tinier. So yeah. It was basically Sonic... Oh, we're actually about to get to Sonic Advance. Sonic Advance just on the N-Gage. So we get to Sonic 4 Episode 2. I'm going to be honest, this game is far better than its predecessor. Far better. Sonic 4 Episode 2 was a test for Sega to see if people would still want the Sonic 4 saga to continue. Because it was called Sonic 4 Episode 1, this was Sonic 4 Episode 2, and they even were planning an Episode 3. However, since Sonic 4 Episode 1 was not that good of a game, to be honest, a lot of people really didn't like it. A lot of people didn't get into Episode 2. Episode 2, it still has the modern gameplay, like homing attack and everything, but it actually fixes everything and builds the level design around it, giving you a pretty creative Sonic gameplay. The gimmick they pushed for it was having Tails follow you, which is nothing new, but Tails had his own independent button now. So if you jumped in the air and hit X, I believe, on the Xbox, Tails would immediately come to you and fly you wherever you want. He would just take your hand and fly wherever you want him to go. If you did it while you're standing on the ground, they would curl up into a big spinball that was basically invincible. As long as you didn't hit a wall or go off the edge, nothing could stop you, really. And doing it underwater would let Sonic swim using Tails' tails, getting through water areas a lot better, and it made it a lot of fun. And another thing that made it good is each level is unique, except for the last level. Every level's unique. They don't retread old level themes like Sonic 4 Episode 1 did. I am running over my words. But yeah, like the first stage was like an abandoned castle in the middle of a field. Second stage was a snow level in the middle of a theme park, which Act 1 had you going through the snow area, and Act 2 had you going through the roller coaster in the theme park. So they did some pretty cool ideas with it. it's just kind of sad no one really played it, so it kind of died. No episode 3 came out. That, and it does have the problem as episode 1, where it only has 4 levels. It's an incredibly short Sonic game. But it was still a lot of fun, and it had online multiplayer, where one person could be Sonic, one person could be Tails. Funny enough, it's the only Xbox 360 Sonic game I didn't get every achievement for, because I couldn't find anybody to play with where I could play as Tails. I think it was 30 times. You had to play as Tails through a stage 30 times in the same 4 stages to get that achievement. So that's the only one I didn't get. But it was still a really good game. And if you had episode 1, it gave you an additional story mode where you played through the stages in episode 1 as Metal Sonic with episode 2 physics. So it was that was a lot of fun too, having that extra episode to play with. But I would say, where would I put Sonic 4 episode 2? I put it in B rank above 3D Blast. I think that's good. My phone keeps going nuts. I'm going to lose my voice by the end of this, aren't I? Alright. So now we got Sonic Rivals on the PSP. So, I actually really like Sonic Rivals. Sonic Rivals is a 2.5D Sonic platformer X racer. You went through Sonic stages with multiple paths and stuff like that, like a classic Sonic game, but you would race Sonic, Silver, Knuckles, Shadow, and Metal Sonic through these stages with Mario Kart style power-ups. If you caught up with someone, you could like vault over them and push them back, make them lose some of their rings. And it was a lot of fun. I never did play the multiplayer because not a lot. Where's the music? Where's my music? Sorry, I was distracted by no music. Now I lost my train of thought. But I never did try the multiplayer, which was a big part of it. Graphics also weren't as good as it could be, because PSP has similar power to a PS2. It's not the same. It is a little bit weaker than PS2. The graphics in Sonic Rivals kind of feel like a PS1 game in a way. Like, it's not the best looking Sonic game. Of course, it's not. That doesn't really matter to me. I'm not a graphics snob or anything, but it's definitely it's not as good as it could have been. And along with Sonic 06, this is also Silver's debut, and Silver was a lot of fun in this game. His story was basically similar, though. His future was destroyed by Iblis, so he went back in time. Eggman was the reason Iblis broke free, all that. The story was really weird because Eggman's plan was to turn everything into a card. He had a machine that would just turn anything into a card. I think that's all I really remember. I just remember the gimmick of turning everything into a card. But, yeah, each person had a reason. Like, Knuckles had his Master Emerald turn into a card. Sonic had his friends turn into a card. It's interesting. The story is. But the game is a lot of fun, though. Because then where would I put you? I'd put it under 3D Blast above Chronicles. Because it's not a bad game. It's a very good game. But a lot of the replay value is just collecting the cards, which is kind of randomized. So it's kind of just you running through levels over and over again, just hoping you get the right card. You can get some cards through certain objectives, like playing as a character a certain number of times and stuff like that, but a lot of the other cards is just pure dumb luck. I think one of the multiplayer features was actually trading the cards, so they kind of had to push that too. And again, I was a Larry Loner with a PSP. No one had a PSP at Sonic Rivals. I'm sorry. I didn't get the full experience. Hey. Already going through a pretty big chunk of the list. So next we got Sonic Advance. And before we even say anything, it's just gonna go right up here in the A rank. Yep. That's a good spot for it. So, Sonic Advance was a modern Sonic take on the classic games. They took the Sonic Adventure style of gameplay, the theming, and character design, and made a 2D platformer out of it. Since it was on the Game Boy Advance, there is a bit of a screen crunch to it. So because of that, why does the music keep stopping? I want music, dang it. Give me my music. So yeah, there is a bit of screen crunch, so without learning the levels, you will find yourself slamming into enemies a lot. I kind of know the levels inside and out, though. I've played it through so many times that I'm pretty good at it. But it was a lot of fun, and each character is very unique. Like, Sonic plays basically as Sonic. He has a somersault from Sonic Adventure 2. But other than that, it's just classic old Sonic gameplay. Tails, of course, can fly, so he can reach secret areas pretty easily. And it makes him the main character to collect Chaos Emeralds with because of that. Sorry, my throat was closing in on me. Knuckles is a little bit slower, gameplay-wise, but he's able to swim in water and climb on walls, and he has a 3-punch combo, which isn't that useful. But it kind of makes him harder to get through stages pretty easily, because a lot of the stages aren't made with his climbing in mind. There are areas you can climb to with it, but it's also not made with it in mind. Amy, on the other hand, is probably the hardest character to play as, because she can't curl up into a ball, she's incredibly slow, and she only can damage enemies with her hammer. So if you jump into an enemy, you're going to get hit unless you hit B to swing your hammer before the enemy. Which adds a pretty interesting gimmick of timing your button presses to kill enemies and stuff. And it's not like fighter levels of difficulty where it's got to be frame perfect. You're given a lot of leeway with the hammer. But you have to keep it in mind, jumping into an enemy won't kill that enemy. You have to swing your hammer before hitting him. The story isn't anything amazing. There isn't much of a story. It's just Eggman, get the Chaos Emeralds, he built a space station, boom, go to space. But it was a very fun game, especially going back to the classic formula. And, I'm gonna put this up in the S rank, actually, now that I'm talking about it. Because it was the whole reason I got a Game Boy Advance. I wanted a Game Boy Advance beforehand, but the moment I saw Sonic Advance on the Game Boy, I begged for a Game Boy Advance so badly. It was the first game I got. It was the game I put tons of hours into. And it's still a really good Sonic platformer to this day. Alright, so now we got Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. This is going to be a hard game for me to rank. So Sonic Adventure is downright my favorite game. I love Sonic Adventure. Mostly for nostalgia's sake, but also because I really do find the gameplay very fun. DX Director's Cut adds stuff to the game. It adds a mission mode, it adds a 100% completion bonus. You can unlock Game Gear games to play in it and stuff like that. But let's not spill water on my computer, please. That would be bad. I didn't like the art style direction. So, how they did the art style was the stages and NPCs and stuff kind of kept the same graphic style. It was a little bit updated, it was a little more brightly colored and stuff like that. However, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Big, and Gamma had their models redone, and they went more for a cel-shaded style rather than a more realistic-looking style. And honestly, I think it clashes with the environments really badly. Because the environments still have a realistic texture to them. They are more brightly colored. But now you got these cel-shaded characters walking around in it. It doesn't ruin the game, but I'm kind of a purist and prefer the Dreamcast to look far better. But it's still a really good game, and I love the additions. Like, if the Dreamcast version had the additions that the Director's Cut had, it would just be a far better game for me. But the art style is what gets me. But since it's only the art style that gets me, yeah, I'll put it in Ultimate Lifeform rank. Like, it's still Sonic Adventure at the end of the day. It's still one of my favorite 3D platformers of all time. One of my favorite games of all time. I just don't like the art style direction they took with it. But that doesn't mean I'll never play it. I have played through DX numbers of times, and I loved it just as much as Adventure. I just like the roughness of the Dreamcast version more. Oh boy. So we got Sonic Labyrinth. That's going to be a joy. So Sonic Labyrinth was a Game Gear game that I bought twice. Now you think if I bought a game twice, I'd probably really like the game, right? No. So Sonic Labyrinth was an isometric platformer like 3D Blast, but it actually came out before 3D Blast. However, it is very slowly paced. I can tell you how slowly paced it is just by the story alone. The story of the game is Robotnik steals Sonic's shoes so that he can't run. And the objective of the game is you're in these huge 3D mazes you have to explore with a strict time limit, find 3 keys and the goal, and continue. There was a part about halfway through the game I could not figure out how to get to it. Because the game is not a platformer. You can jump. I don't think you can jump, actually. I think you could just walk and spin dash. I don't think you could run in the game. Or run and jump. So because of that, there are parts where, like, platforms you gotta reach are over a bottomless pit, but you can't jump over it. And there was one level I was stuck on because I could not figure out how to get off the platform onto another. Honestly, it's E-rank. I can't... Just thinking back. I put so much time into it when I was a kid, and I bought it again when it came out on the 3DS. Honestly, I don't even think I played it on the 3DS. I bought and downloaded it on the 3DS and never turned on the flippin' game. Mostly because I just thought it was cool that Game Gear games were even on the 3DS in the first place. But, I don't know, it's not that good. I really don't like Sonic Labyrinth. Oh, poor Sonic Labyrinth. So now we get Sonic Riders. So, Sonic Riders was another Sonic game I got close to launch. Actually, I haven't even talked about that. Where's Heroes? I don't think... Oh, here it is. Yeah, we haven't talked about Heroes yet. So Sonic Riders was a game I got around launch. I remember my excitement for this game. It was also a game that I lost and had to rebuy. But I rebought it because I love it. It's a really good racer. The only problem is there's only 12 tracks in the game, I believe, which is kind of short. And it kind of shows that with the story. The story mode can be beaten in a couple hours. But, it's a lot of fun. It's a skateboard racer using these hoverboards. And my favorite thing about Sonic Riders was the fuel system. This was a very advanced racer. Like, it's not very easy to pick up and play. You have to learn the mechanics really well. Because you have a boost gauge that doubles as your fuel tank. If your fuel tank hits 0, you're on your feet, you have to run. To build up your fuel gauge, you can boost and slam into another enemy to get your energy back. Perform tricks off ramps, do special character abilities like grinding on rails, or stopping at a pit stop. And it added this really cool balancing mechanic to it where you basically you couldn't just spam boost. You had to consider if boosting was the right thing to do at the time. And just riding without boosting, you would probably lose because other characters will be zooming past you and probably slamming into you, stealing air from you as well. And especially the rings, because getting a certain number of rings would level you up, adding more stats to your board, increasing your speed and handling and stuff like that. And there was a lot to do with the 12 stages, because the story mode is short, but there's also a mission mode that lets you unlock more characters and stuff, including guest characters. I believe Knights was in this one, and I want to say Ulala. But Sonic Riders is a really fun game, and it's one I'd love to play with somebody. I have a hard time finding somebody to play with just because it's not easy to pick up and play. But the track design's really good, the controls are really good. I don't know, all in all, it's just a really fun racer. So because I'm gonna slap that right into A rank. Right there. Had to really think about it. I'm gonna move this further down. I'm actually gonna switch it with... Excuse me. Yeah, I'm gonna switch it with the Genesis version of Spinball, because let's talk about the Genesis version of Spinball. I've been waiting to talk about the Genesis version of Spinball. So, Sonic Spinball goes in the E rank. Above Labyrinth. I don't think it's that bad. So Sonic Spinball, along with Sonic 2, was one of the first Sonic games that I got to own. And I hate it. I hate it with a burning passion. I've never gotten to beat Sonic Spinball. The first stage is fine. I like the first stage of Sonic Spinball. Everything after stage 1 is horrible. The controls are very stiff. Well, the platforming controls, but it's not much of a platformer anyway. But the pinball controls, while they're alright, also have that cheesy pinball gameplay where if Sonic is positioned just right where you can't stop him from falling, he is going to die. You've beaten Spinball many times. I wish I have. I've played through it numerous times. I've gotten up to stage 4, I think. But I can't do it. It's one of those Sonic games that are notorious that I've never beaten it. To be honest, I kind of want to stream it again just to see if I can beat it. But I hate Sonic Spinball. I do not like Sonic Spinball at all. Hey, Sonic. Thanks. 4 is the final? So, okay. I'm making a promise now. It's probably not going to be soon. But we are going to do a Sonic Spinball stream where my entire goal is to just beat Sonic Spinball. We're going to do that one day. I don't know when. I'm not going to put a specific date in, but we're going to beat Spinball one day. And I'm going to stream it. And then I could put it to rest and never play Spinball ever again. Because, frankly, I don't like Spinball. Alright. So now we got Sonic Battle. So Sonic Battle, it didn't come... I don't think it came out the same day as Sonic Heroes. But it was like a week or two apart from Sonic Heroes. Sonic Battle is a Sonic fighter for the GBA, which is actually 3D. The characters are 2D sprites, but the levels you would fight in were 3D maps that you could rotate with the camera and stuff. And it kind of had a Smash Brothers style HUD to it. A lot of people will compare it to Smash because it's got a Smash Brothers style HUD to it. But it's basically a fighter where you got a health bar, you basically pummel your enemy until they don't have health anymore. The Smash HUD is mostly just to show how many points you got or how many lives you have left. But it's really fun, especially with the customization. So each character has 3 different moves. Or, no, they have 9 different moves. And at the beginning of each fight, you choose which of the... No, it's 6 moves. Ignore the 9, 6 moves. We got this. So you pick 2 of the 6 moves that you want. And you fight with those for that round until you die. Next round, you come back. You can choose 2 different moves if you want. On top of that, they introduced a character named Emerald. Emerald was a robot, and the story was built around him. I believe he was Professor Gerald's creation. which is Eggman's grandfather. And he was a super robot that could imitate people if he saw them fight. So every time you do a fight in the story mode, Emerald would learn a new move from the characters that were fighting. And Emerald was actually a custom character where, as you learn moves, you can customize his look, his animations, his moveset and everything to whatever you want. And it was very fun. Excuse me. I really think I'm going to lose my voice at the end of this. Oh. Sadly, I never got to play the multiplayer of this, because since it is a fighting game, it's very multiplayer heavy. But the story is a lot of fun. It's not a short story either. You play through a story mode with every fighter. So you'll play through the story mode as Sonic, you'll go through it as Tails, you go through it as Knuckles, Shadow. And you had like this giant hub world that you would actually explore. And there are even mini-games. I couldn't play the mini-games because they're multiplayer exclusive. Except for one, which was Minesweeper with Knuckles. And if you hit a mine with Knuckles, he would just straight up die. And not like your typical Sonic die where he would like jump up and fall to the bottom screen. Like, he would literally just lay on the ground dead. I remember that very vividly. And the art style for it, it's kind of hard to see with the box art here. But they had a very stylized art style for Sonic Battle, and it was very, very animated for something that wasn't animated. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, I want to say like a Dragon Ball manga, but it's not that detailed either. But their moveset is just very well animated as a 2D image. Like on here, you'll see like Sonic's foot is just engulfed in flames. Shadow's punch is like a green chaos punch in his hand. It was just really cool. And especially having all the characters in the game too. Because they did have Shadow, they did have E102 Gamma, they had Rouge the Bat. All in all, it was a really fun fighter. I'd put it in S rank above Advanced, actually. Whew. How far are we? How far have we gone? So, Sonic Rivals 2. So, Sonic Rivals 2... Alrighty. Have a good day, Trey. Thank you for popping in. I haven't gotten through my second bottle yet, but I think I need more water soon. So, Sonic Rivals 2 is kind of the same as Sonic Rivals 1, but it doubled the character roster. So, in Sonic Rivals 1, you had Sonic, Silver, Shadow, Knuckles, and Metal Sonic. Sonic Rivals 2 added Tails, Rouge, and Espio as playable characters. And it had a far better soundtrack, I think. Far better level design. The story was more fun, and the card collecting wasn't as grindy. It was still there, but it wasn't as grindy as the first one. And it was far better than Rivals 1. But the story was kind of similar. It was Eggman turning everything into a card again, I believe. But I don't know, there was still more twist to it. Like, it wasn't really Eggman, it was Eggman Nega all along and stuff like that. But being a Sonic Rivals game, it's definitely far better than Rivals 2. I think I would put it in A rank, actually. Rivals 2 is far better than Rivals 1. I loved it a lot. Whew. So we got Mario and Sonic at the Rio Olympics. So, how I'm going to be doing the Mario and Sonic games, I didn't put both the DS and Wii versions. I'm just going to talk about both. And interestingly, starting with Rio, I never got Rio on the Wii U. It's the only Mario and Sonic game I never got the console version for. But I had the 3DS version, and it was pretty fun. I did have a few problems with it, though. The 3DS version, you were limited to only 4 characters per event, so you couldn't do weird mix and matches with it. You were stuck with whatever characters was best suited for that event. So you couldn't have, like, Eggman doing aerobics or anything like that, which is honestly kind of sad, because that's all honestly what I have fun with in Mario and Sonic at the Olympics. Like, who wouldn't want to see Eggman figure skate? That's probably one of the greatest things ever. But it did have a story mode, and I did enjoy the story mode with it. The events in Rio also felt very mini-gamey. Like, it is Mario and Sonic is basically a mini-game collection at the end of the day. But I think Rio felt more like a minigame collection than any other in the series. But it wasn't that bad either. It was actually graphically impressive for 3DS. And I do want to get the Wii U version. I know the Wii U version kind of has a story mode too, so I'd like to play through it as well. But together, though, I'd say it's pretty low average. It's not a bad game by any means, but it's definitely not one I'd just be like, oh yeah, Mario and Sonic, this is one of the best crossover games ever. Because it was still fun. It's still fun to see Mario and Sonic together, even if it's just an Olympic minigame collection. But Rio Olympics definitely wasn't the best out of all the games in that series. Oh, hold on. I need to remove this song from my playlist. I like the song, but I get DMCA'd for it a lot. Alright. So now we got Sonic and the Black Knight. Does my music come back? There we go. So, Sonic and the Black Knight is interesting. It was a sequel to Sonic and the Secret Rings. Not a direct sequel, but it did the whole Sonic being sucked into a storybook-style story. He got sucked into the story of King Arthur. And it even played the same. It was basically an auto-runner with Sonic, where you had to time like your jumps, your slides, swinging a sword. But it did have better controls than Secret Rings because you used the joystick, you didn't have motion controls, kind of adding complications to it. And I do really like Black Knight a lot, however, I tried 100%ing it. I think it was last year I tried 100%ing it. It is a pain to 100% Sonic and the Black Knight. They expect you to pull off some ridiculous moves to get 100%. I remember, we got very far, we beat the story and everything. But when I started doing the secret missions, the extra missions and stuff like that, that's when it kind of became more grindy for me and started kind of being annoying to me. I still love the game to death, and I would like to pick up the stream again, try to 100% it again. But I definitely needed a break, especially since I did back-to-back 100% Secret Rings and then tried to 100% Black Knight. But it's definitely a very, very hard Sonic game. But it was also one that was kind of notorious to me as well, because Black Knight came out when I had GameFly. So I rented it from GameFly and couldn't find it for sale for years after that. It probably took me a good 6 or 7 years to actually find it and get it. I don't know, I still love it. The music is flawless for Black Knight. I love the entire soundtrack of Black Knight. It does have remixes of a lot of adventure songs, which can kind of make it seem why I like it so much. But it's still really good, and I would probably put it high B rank, above Sega Superstar. I don't know, Black Knight's just really fun to me. I don't know. Like, it's all I can really say about it. I just really love it. Yeah. So, now we got Sonic Blast on the Game Gear. I don't own a physical copy of Sonic Blast on the Game Gear, but I did buy the 3DS version of the game. And we're just gonna throw it under Sonic Labyrinth here in E rank. I think it's well deserved. So Sonic Blast was a 2D platformer that used the same graphic style as 3D Blast. So 3D Blast would use like a CG model Sonic, take a picture of it, and then compress it into 16-bit, kind of like Donkey Kong Country. However, on an 8-bit system. So because of that, they had one of two choices. Compress the sprite so badly that you probably couldn't tell it was Sonic, or have a 16-bit sprite to take up like 80% of the screen. They went with option B. So most of the screen is taken up by Sonic's model, and because of that, the hitbox, I can use right words, hitbox for Sonic is very broken. You can fall through numerous platforms in this game. It's hard to see what's coming up. It's honestly very ugly for a Game Gear game too, because they did the whole bit crunch 3D model thing. And it's just not fun. You can play as both Sonic and Knuckles, but either way it's still... I couldn't get past level 3. Level 3 was where I could push myself to my limit to get to, and I was still just like, this is not fun. This isn't a fun time. I'm not having a fun time here. So now we got Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Now we haven't talked about Sonic Adventure 2 yet. Yeah, it's right here. Here's Sonic Adventure 2. Adventure 2 Battle, I think, is far better than Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast. Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast is still really good, and I will talk about the Dreamcast version once I get there. 2 Battle, however, is like Sonic Adventure Director's Cut, where it added more content to the game and stuff like that, but with the same graphic style. Like, I think they did update the character models, but they didn't give it a cel-shaded style. They kept everything gritty and more realistic. And the additions are pretty good. The additions is basically like what Sonic Adventure 2 had as DLC, just comes in the box normally, as well as a far better Chow Garden. Both games have the same gardens. They both have Chow Garden. But 2 Battle adds Chow Karate, and tons of just great customizable options to it. They even had special events, kind of like Pokemon does now, where you could take a GameCube memory card to a special event, and they would download special Chow for you to have. They're kind of impossible to get now because Sega's not holding those events anymore. But you could get like a Tails Chow, Knuckles Chow, Amy Chow. And even now, like, modders are having a lot of fun making their own updated version of the Chow Garden. I've actually been streaming Chow World Extended, which is a really good mod. But even outside the Chow Garden, like, the different gameplay styles are really fun to me. I like the emerald hunting, I like the mech suits. I do think each character only having 6 stages is a little kind of underwhelming, given Sonic had 10 in Adventure 1. But the game's not short because of that either. You can beat the story probably in a day easily, but there's tons of replayable content. There's multiple missions you can do. You can take care of your Chow. There's tons of minigames like go-karting and stuff like that. And the multiplayer is a blast as well. You got mech suit battles, Emerald Find races, and then normal stage races. And within the Chow Garden, you can even race your friend's Chow if they bring their memory card and stuff over. Adventure 2 is just a really well-made game overall. The only real problem is the English dubbing. They had some problems with the audio. So, when they recorded the English lines for Adventure 2, they didn't adjust the cutscenes for the lines. So there are either really long pauses between each sentence, or characters talk over each other all the time. And sometimes even the music is far louder than the characters talking in the game. So, there's a lot of times where you can't really hear what they're saying really well. Luckily there are subtitles, but you can't really tell what they're saying a lot of the time. But it would be a disgrace if I didn't put Adventure 2 in the Ultimate Lifeform rank. I'd say it's actually higher than DX Director's Cut, actually. Because Adventure 2 is just a really, really good game overall. It's the Sonic game that everyone always defends. It's even if you're not a Sonic fan, Adventure 2 is the Sonic game everyone's like, yeah, that's a good Sonic game. So it'd be a disgrace if I didn't put it in the Ultimate Lifeform rank. Oh boy, I get to talk about this game next. Oh no. Oh no. So Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. I've got a story about this game now. So I got Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric the day it came out. I pre-ordered it from GameStop, got the figure and everything. I actually had a hard time deciding if I should pre-order it from Amazon to get the special Neon DLC, or pre-order at GameStop to get an action figure. However, I pre-ordered both Sonic Boom games and got 2 Sonic figures, and I kind of questioned that a bit. Oh, hello Titan. How are you doing tonight? Ooh. So yeah, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. So, I actually defended this game when it first came out. People were trashing this game online just for being a huge buggy mess, not being fun at all, that being downright terrible. I defended it for like the first 2 weeks the game came out. I played through the game. I played through the game legitimately. I didn't do any of the game skips or anything. And when I beat the game, usually when I beat a Sonic game, I'll be like, I'll try to 100% it. I beat Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, and the prompt came up that I could play through the game on a harder mode. I was really like, no thanks, I think I'm good. But I still defended it after that. But then a few days after I beat it, something in my mind just snapped. And I was like, this was downright the worst game I've ever played. It was so buggy, it was so glitchy, it was not fun at all. Even playing legitimately. I even tried playing it with, my wife came over the day I got Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. We tried playing the co-op, and the co-op ruined the game even more. It constantly was fighting between me and her where we were, because if you go into different loading zones, the game would freak out and constantly try to get the other player teleported to the right area. So there were parts where we'd be stuck in loading areas, because I would go off somewhere, she'd be teleported to me, try to go back, I'd be teleported to her, I would go back, she would be teleported to me. It was a mess. It was a huge, huge mess. I could not stand the game. Like, I don't know why I defended it for so long. Like, 2 weeks is a long time to be like, yeah, this is still a good game. But this was the first Sonic game where I got very critical about it, where I was like, this is just bad. I can't stand it. And it's so sad because I was looking forward to this game too. It looked so much fun in the trailers and stuff. But, oh, I just couldn't stand it. Very low E rank. I just can't. I can't stand it. It was not a fun game. Oh. Now on the other end of the spectrum, we got Sonic Colors on the DS. So, this will be a total 180, because Sonic Colors on the DS is a wonderful game. It is wonderful. Far better than the Wii version, in my opinion. The story makes a lot more sense in the DS version, because they actually have like a little speech bubble dialogues between levels to explain the story better. That and you get to do missions for other Sonic characters. You will meet up with Amy Rose, do a mission for her. Meet up with Cream the Rabbit, do a mission for her. And one thing I especially love about it is Sonic Colors on the DS explains the lore of Silver and Blaze, which is something Sega doesn't really go into often. Because Silver and Blaze have been kind of notorious for not making too much sense in the timeline. People always try to like make a timeline out of Sonic games, but Silver and Blaze have been the odd ones out because they were friends in Sonic 06. They were both from the future. However, from then onward, Silver was still in a destroyed future going to the past to fix it, while Blaze was a princess in another dimension. Sonic Colors kind of hints that all the time stuff that happened in 06 altered their connections a bit, because Blaze and Silver actually meet up in Colors DS and actually have a conversation about this, how like them fighting together is very familiar to them, like it just feels right to them fighting together. But even outside just that little bit of lore, like the gameplay is very fun. It's the Sonic Rush gameplay, but with the Colors power-ups. And I think it's far better as a platformer because it's more faster paced. Sonic Colors on the Wii is a more slower paced as a platformer. And even the power-ups kind of complement that too. Each of the power-ups they chose are power-ups that kind of keep you moving. And because I do greatly prefer the DS version of Colors far more than the Wii version. I don't think the Wii version is bad. I will talk about the Wii version when we get there. But Sonic Colors on the DS, it's easily A rank. Above Rivals 2, actually. Yeah, above Rivals 2. I'm gonna separate this Mario and Sonic, so we're not talking too much about Mario and Sonic in one go. I think we got a pretty well-rounded tier list so far, though. As I drink water. So, we got Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games. So this is the first Olympic Winter Games back in 2010. I'm trying to remember, is it Sochi? No, it was Vancouver. That's what it was. So, I actually liked this one a lot. This is still kind of in the introduction phase of Mario and Sonic. So it is just mainly a minigame collection, but I think it's far better than what like Rio tried to do. Because the minigames feel a lot more significant. There's a lot more dream events, there's a lot more personality. Unlike Rio, you can actually play as every character with every event. And it was the first time where it added boss characters, where characters you couldn't play as, you could still face them at events in like a sub-story mode they had. The DS version kind of had a full-blown story mode with like these snow sprites and everything, and Bowser and Eggman stealing the sprites so that they wouldn't have snow to do the Winter Olympics with. But it was very fun. The one thing I do remember is they did push the Wii Balance Board for like the snowboarding games and stuff. You could play without them, but it's very fun with it too. Then I think this was also the one where they introduced song remixes, which was my favorite part of Mario and Sonic right now. Is taking songs from Mario and Sonic and remixing them up a bit. But it is still just kind of a minigame collection overall. But it's a really good minigame collection. So, I put it below Shadow the Hedgehog in the B rank. It's still really good, just it's a minigame collection. That's all you could really get from it. But it's one I do recommend. It's a fun one. I didn't play the DS version, but the Wii version was very fun. Oh. So now we got Sonic Advance 3. So, Advance 3, I actually don't like as much as Advance 1 or Advance 2, but I still like it. It introduced this mechanic where the character that follows you, you get to choose who follows you, and depending on the combination of characters, you would get different attacks. Like, if you played as Sonic and had Amy following you, Sonic would still be fast and everything like he normally is, but he can now use Amy's hammer as his own attack. You also had like different power-ups, like if you held down the R button with Knuckles and grabbed Knuckles, you can glide on Knuckles' back to wherever you need to, or Tails could fly you up to wherever you need to. I think Amy launches you with her hammer. One of my favorites was having Cream as a partner, and you would get a Chow based on your first player character, so you'd have a little Sonic Chow following you, and you could still use Cream's Chow attack from Sonic Advance 2. It is also a lot shorter. Sonic Advance 1 and Sonic Advance 2, they kind of rely on repetition in the game, where you play through the whole game as Sonic, then you play through the whole game as Tails, then you play through the whole game as Knuckles, then you play through the whole game as Amy, then you play through the whole game as Cream. Sonic Advance 3 has you play through the game once as all characters. You could switch characters whenever you need to. Unlocking characters is weirdly limited, though, because you have to be playing as Sonic to unlock all the characters in the game, which is very weird. But past that, the combining characters is really fun. You even get like cute little team names between the two characters. However, the special stages are kind of hard to find. So what they did with the special stages, in Advance 1, you had to find a spring. You find the spring, jump on the spring, you go into a special stage, get a Chaos Emerald. In Advance 3, each stage had a hub world to explore and 3 acts. Across those 3 acts and the hub world, there were 10 Chow to find. You had to find all 10 Chow in a level. And then once you had all 10 Chow, you had to replay the acts, and where the Chows were, there were a random chance that you would find a key to unlock a spring that you had to find in the hub world to get a single chance to do the special stage to get a Chaos Emerald. So that's kind of where they extended the game length a bit. And I think it was a little too much, because, again, with the screen crunch, it's very difficult, and especially with Advance 3's levels, the levels are very open. There are a lot of parts that you can't see unless you experiment by jumping off cliffs and stuff and dying numerous times. So Advance 3 wasn't really made with the screen crunch in mind. But it was still a really good Sonic Advance game. It had more faults than Advance 1 and Advance 2. But it was still, I would still put it in A rank, because very low A rank, because it had a lot of fun with its experimentation. It was a lot of fun to experiment with the different combinations of characters to see what moves you would get. It just, the level design wasn't built around it. Hunting for the Chow was kind of grindy. And if you did just blast through the game like you did the other advances, it would be a pretty short Advance game, because it still only had 7 levels, like Advance 1 and Advance 2 did. I could see why they did it, because I'm pretty sure one problem people had was because of the repetition of playing through every stage as different characters. But I think Advance 3 kind of took it a little too far, I think. So we got Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed. That's going straight in the Ultimate Lifeform rank. Above Adventure 2. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, I think, is my favorite kart racer of all time. It is kind of cheating because it's not just a Sonic racer, it's the entirety of Sega. You've got characters from Skies of Arcadia, characters from Samba de Amigo, Super Monkey Ball, Nights into Dreams, stuff like that. But it's still a really good kart racer. No matter what system you play it on, it is a good kart racer. It was the launch title game that I got with my Wii U. I got the Wii U at launch with Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. The Wii U was actually the first game I got at launch. But, it was a game I just poured so many hours into. It's one that I love to come back to every so often. It's got a wonderful mission mode that's actually, it makes it feel more like an action game than a racing game, in a good way. And the races are a lot of fun, especially with the transform mechanics. So, as you're going through each racetrack, the racetrack actually changes the further in the race you go. So, like, one example is they had a Panzer Dragoon level, if I could say Panzer Dragoon. The first lap would be all kart. You would just be in the cart the whole time. On the second lap, however, the dragon would set some of the road on fire and would cause you to go off the road into the water, where you would turn into a boat and have the second lap be on a boat. And then on the third lap, the dragon would destroy a bridge that you had to cross and go into an airplane section. Every track was like that, where every lap was different. and it made it into a really fun racer because of that. Not every track was different all 3 laps, but most tracks did change up a lot as you went through the race, making it very fun. And it even gave you a reason to play as every character, because you could level up the characters and get different stat mods for them to use. So you, like, for me, I would probably stick to Sonic, but I experimented with Nights into Dreams. I just said Nights into Dreams. Just Nights. Nights, Rila, Samba de Amigo. They had Wreck-It Ralph. I played as Wreck-It Ralph a lot. Danica Patrick, who's a NASCAR racer, she's in the game. And all in all, it was a really good game, really good soundtrack too. And I don't know, it's one that I love to come back to. The PC version is definitely the best because PC adds a few more characters to the game. You can play as Team Fortress 2 characters in the PC version. But it's one that I'd love to have it on a modern systems. I was tempted to get it on my Vita just for portability. I don't know, I just can't recommend it. It's a really good racer. And it feels like an arcade racer, which is something I love arcade racers. So yeah, it definitely serves the ultimate life form rank in my eyes. I can't see it any other way. Alright, so now we got the PS3 and Xbox 360 version of Sonic Unleashed. So, the 360 version of Unleashed is honestly my second favorite Sonic game of all time. It rivals Adventure 2 pretty much. But I don't know, I love the amount of content Unleashed. I love the level up system. The level design's really good. I know a lot of people have a problem with the camera being zoomed in too much, but the fun is kind of learning the stages. I like that we're listening to Unleashed music right now. I don't know, but I love the missions, the Chili Dog missions. I love the hub worlds, exploring those. All in all, it's just a really good game. There are some parts that are very difficult. The final stage, for instance, can take an hour long if you don't know what you're doing. Even longer than that, actually. And there are even Chili Dog missions for it where you gotta beat it within a time limit and not die and stuff like that. But it's still a lot of fun. The boost stages, I think, are the best they've ever been just because of the challenge. Because I feel like I'm constantly paying attention to where I am in the level. I feel like I'm constantly moving Sonic in ways that you don't really get in Colors, Generations, and Forces. Like, those games are fun, but I feel like Unleashed pushed me to my limit with paying attention to Sonic's speed and stuff like that. Especially since leveling up Sonic did increase his speed and stuff, so you started with a pretty slow Sonic, and would get used to the speed as you got further in the game. And I think that was the best way to integrate a level up system in Sonic. And the Werehog stages kind of remind me of old school Sega beat-em-ups like Streets of Rage, Golden Axe, Altered Beast, stuff like that. And it's a lot of fun pulling off combos in Sonic Unleashed. Like, you have a lot of fun combos, like, my favorite was what I called the Cartwheel of Doom, where you just cartwheel into a bunch of enemies, just knocking them all around. Excuse me. Whew. But yeah, Sonic Unleashed, yeah, at the very top, above All Stars Racing Transformed. I love it too much. Oh man. I am straining my voice here. Hababa. So, now we got Sonic Pinball Party. So, with how much I despised Sonic Spinball, I actually really like Sonic Pinball Party a lot. Sonic Pinball Party is another game I haven't beaten, but it's more fun because it's more traditional pinball. It's, you know, keeping the ball as long as you can go and getting a high score. you're not going for a goal. There's a story mode where you have goals in place, like reaching a certain number of points and stuff like that. But it's mostly just good old-fashioned pinball. And you had boards based on Sonic Advance, Nights into Dreams, and Samba de Amigo. And because of that, it was really, really good. Because each board was very unique in the way it felt and looked. Excuse me. Ooh. But it was one that I didn't play all that often. Funny enough, I don't own a true physical copy of Pinball Party. I own one of the combo cartridges where it's Sonic Advance with Pinball Party. But I don't know, I love the art style of it. Since it's a more traditional pinball, it's a pinball that I enjoy more, even though I suck at pinball. So because of that, I'd say very high C rank. Like, it's not one of my favorite games of all time, but it's one that I really enjoy and really like. And it's one that I can't really diss either. So now we got the true original Beijing 2008, I almost said 28. 2008 Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. So, I only had the Wii version for this, I didn't have the DS version. But from what I know, they're both pretty similar, minus a few events. And this is where they were true minigame collections. They didn't really have remixed songs, though. I think Mario songs were remixed, but Sonic songs were just the same. I think there was one remix, and it was the remix of Angel Island they made for Smash Brothers. But, me and my family had a lot of fun with this one a lot. It was still early in the Wii's life, so motion controls were still, something exciting and new to have. And it's one that I look back on fondly. However, it doesn't have that much context. Like, the single-player mode of it is literally just you play 3 events in a row and get a medal based on your 3 events. But as a first in the series, it was really good. Especially at the time, seeing Mario and Sonic on a cover together. That was something exciting that no one ever thought they'd see in this lifetime. So, I'd still put it in B-rank under Winter Olympics, because it's still really good, just being the first in the series. But nowadays, I don't think it's as good as it was then, just because the excitement of the Wii has died. Motion controls isn't a really big selling point anymore, and stuff like that. But it's one I'd like to go back to. It's one that I would recommend playing with friends. I can't see what that is. I need to pay attention to that. So next we have Sonic Classic Collection on the DS. So, I don't think this is a good port of Sonic games. So Sonic Classic Collection is Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Knuckles all in one. And it even has the Sonic and Knuckles combination with Sonic 2, where you can play as Knuckles in Sonic 2. You can play Sonic 3 by itself, Sonic and Knuckles by itself. And it's just, the original classic Sonic games on the go, on the DS. However, the emulation for the games are not the best. My biggest problem was with sprite layering, where some background sprites would be pushed in the foreground, covering up the levels more. Which was worse in Wing Fortress and Sonic 2, because the entire background sprite is just pushed to the foreground, so there are parts of the stage you cannot see your character. You have to platform blind to get through it. But outside of that, it's the classic Sonic games, they still play the same. The physics are the same and everything. And it's on the DS. I mean, having Sonic games on the DS, it's on the go. It's perfect. But these definitely aren't the best versions to play these games either. Actually, I don't think I have the Christian Whitehead versions of the games in this list. Just to break it down easily, Christian Whitehead versions will probably all be in the Ultimate Lifeform rank, because Christian Whitehead is really good at making Sonic ports. But as for the Classic Collection, C rank above Pinball Party. Above Pinball Party, thank you. Above the Pinball Party, I'm begging. But yeah, it's just not the best way to play its games. The only appeal is portability. Okay. So now we got Sonic Rush on the DS. I love Sonic Rush on the DS. So Sonic Rush on the DS is basically like how the Advance games was a modern 2D Sonic with adventure mechanics. Sonic Rush is a modern 2D Sonic game with boost mechanics, before boost mechanics were even introduced in Sonic. Sonic Unleashed was the first one in 2008. This was 2005? No, it's 2005. So it introduced the boost mechanics first. And it was really fun. Enemies aren't really a problem in the game because of the boost mechanic, but it balances that with a really good trick system and some pretty clever level design, where it just had a lot of flashy stuff going on, and there were parts you do have to pay attention to platforms and stuff. And the trick system, it just made things a lot more fun and flashy as you would blast through the stages. And there would also be, like, things that would happen between the two screens. So, like, in the first stage, you would be running down a hill with a giant boulder chasing you. So you'd have Sonic running on the touch screen, but a boulder rolling towards you on the top screen. And stuff like that. You'd have, like, a hang glider section, or... I'm trying to think of another good part. But you would switch between the top and bottom screen all the time, depending on which path you took in the game. And all the bosses were also in full 3D. The stages were a mix of 2D sprites with 3D, but the bosses were all 3D. And they would have fun with that, with like the camera angles, or like having bosses with a ring around them that you would run around in. And it was a really fun 2D Sonic game at the time. That and it's the introduction of Blaze the Cat. You play through the game as Blaze the Cat and Sonic. Blaze doesn't have special stages, but Sonic does. Blaze just gets an emerald after every level. Sonic, you have to actually hunt for them. But even with that, like, it's still very fun. And even playing with Blaze, her levels are out of order from Sonic's. So it's not note by note the same as Sonic's either. You do play through the same stages, just it's not note by note. And I gladly put this up in the S rank. Probably below Sonic 3. No, above Sonic 3, under Sonic 2. Like, it's one that I love. It's one that I treasure. Whew. So now we got Knuckles Chaotix for the 32X. I don't have a 32X. I don't own a copy of Knuckles Chaotix. I have played Knuckles Chaotix, though. I played it on PC in high school during a driver's ed class I had. So when I was in driver's ed, we didn't have a driving class every single day. So we basically would ask whatever teacher we liked if we could just hang out in their classroom during that class period when we're not driving. So I picked a teacher that I was really cool with, and I would just play on the computer for the entirety of class. And that's where I played Knuckles Chaotix, was in driver's ed. And I 100%ed it. I got all the Chaos Emeralds and everything, and did the ending. And it was really fun. It was very different for a Sonic platformer, because you don't play the stages in order. everything in the game is very randomized, and it's very weird because of that. You have two characters tethered together by a magic ring, and you don't get to pick the characters. You have a claw machine that you basically have to grab whatever character you want on your team, but the characters would like pop up and down frequently, so you couldn't rely on just being very precise, because as the claw's going down, it could just go down, pop up with another character. And you did have characters with negative effects on them. You had Heavy, who is too heavy to lift, and Bomb, who would literally blow up if he touched any enemy and would hurt you. But you could play as Knuckles, Charmy Bee, Vector the Crocodile, Mighty the Armadillo, SBA the Chameleon, and they would be tethered together, and you would do different platforming tricks with it, where you'd have like one character stand still and pull on the tether to basically slingshot you at full speed. And even would have like weird physics, like if you jumped in a weird way, your characters would just start like spinning around each other like crazy. Sonic Boom is E rank. Oh, it's obviously S rank. Obviously, let me fix that real quick. Actually, Ultimate Lifeform rank. Now, how are you doing tonight, birthday dinner? Oh. But you also played the stages out of order. Every time you would go into a stage, you would go to a roulette that would cycle through all the stages. And where you ended up would be different each time. So like I think each stage had 3 acts, but you do like Act 1 of one stage, Act 1 of another, Act 1 of another, go back to Act 2 of the first one, then do Act 2 of the second one, go to Act 1 of a new one. It would just be like that, just be random. You're doing good? That's good. Glad to hear it. But it was very fun, and the special stage is very fun too, because since it's 32-bit, they were able to do a full 3D special stage with it. And it's actually a really fun special stage that I like. It's like the half pipe, but with different angles and stuff, and the path can like alter and stuff like that. It's really cool. I'd probably put it mid B rank. Yeah, I'll put it above the 3D Blast under Episode 2. Because it's still a really good game. It's really hard to find, because the 32X didn't do well in the first place, and I think Knuckles Chaotix wasn't that good of a seller either. Because Sonic was definitely a bestseller at the time, but I don't think a lot of people really paid attention to Knuckles as a character. Which is kind of sad, because it is a really good game, just it was on a system that died way too fast. But now we got Sonic Colors on the Wii. So I put Sonic Colors up in A rank. Sonic Colors on the Wii, it's a fun game. It's a fine game. I love the level themes for Sonic Colors. I think Sonic Colors has some of the best and most memorable level themes of any Sonic game. Starlight Carnival is one of my favorites. Aquarium Park is one of my favorites. Tropical Resort. And the power-ups are fun to use too. My problem with Sonic Colors, however, is it's a boost-era Sonic game where you don't really get to boost very much. It's a very slow-paced platformer. Like, there are stages where there are a lot of moments where you just boost through the stage at full speed, and those are fun. But there are a lot of moments where it sticks itself into a 2D-only level with very slow and clunky platforming. Like, the platforming works. It gives you a double jump that you use a lot to, rely on landing on platforms and stuff like that. But it just feels very clunky, and it's kind of hard to S-rank a lot of the stages because of that. And from what I heard, the slower stages were actually supposed to be extras, but to pad out the length of the game, they made them mandatory. And the story doesn't make much sense. How Sonic Colors would have, like, the speech bubble conversations to bridge the gap between cutscenes. Sonic Colors on the Wii doesn't have that. Instead, it just has cutscenes that jump all over the place, where, like, Sonic and Tails fight in one cutscene, and then in the next cutscene they're fine. Or Tails is under mind control, but 2 seconds later he's not. Or their new Wisp friend, Yacker, he goes missing. How did he go missing? I don't know, he's missing. And then the next scene, oh look, there's Yacker. Like, it's got some consistency problems with its story. But it's not a bad game at all. It's still really good. And a lot of people really label it as like the return of Sonic after Sonic 06. I don't know, it just didn't really live up to the hype I had for it. But it was still really fun. I still enjoyed it. I don't know, I just kind of wish they pushed more of the boost mechanic and also kind of lengthened out the game more. Because it was a very short game too. Which is why they padded it out with the extra stages. But it's still pretty fun. I like to go back to it every once in a while. Now where it fits, however... I'm trying to decide if it's B rank worthy or C rank worthy. You know, we'll put it in C rank above Pinball Party, below Classic Collection. It's still really good, just there were just a few things I wasn't too big on with it. But I still had a blast with it nonetheless. Alright. So now we got Sega Superstar Tennis. So, Sega Superstar was a minigame collection on the PS2 that we already talked about. And it spawned into a kart racer too. Sega Superstar Tennis was the first time they took the Sega Superstar line and turned it into kind of like a Mario Sport clone in a way. But Sega Superstar Tennis is really, really fun. It's kind of just basic tennis, but it adds its own little twist to it, having specials and stuff like that. And there's even a story mode where you have missions to complete, like bouncing the ball off a certain part of the stage a certain number of times, stuff like that. And there are tons of really cool characters you could play as, each of them with very unique specials. I had the 360 version. I think it came with my Xbox, I believe. That or I found it really cheap somewhere. Just because everyone was getting rid of the copy that came with their Xbox. I don't know, but it was a really good tennis game. I actually meant to stream it a while back. I actually made a thumbnail for it and everything, but I never went and streamed it. But it was a lot of fun. I even had it was during the 360 age, so I did have friends that I played online with. So we would bust in Sega Superstar Tennis over every once in a while and play it. Where it would fit though, probably low A rank. Because at the end of the day, it is still just, tennis. But it's a really good tennis game. I can't say anything bad about it. If you like tennis, I recommend playing Sega Superstar Tennis. That's all I'll say. Alright. So, next we have Mario & Sonic at the 2020 Olympic Games. Which, I actually haven't played through the story mode yet. Because I actually want to stream it this summer, while the Olympics are going on. If they are canceled, I'm going to stream it when it was supposed to go on. But I am going to stream this in the summer. I have popped it in a few times though and played the events with my friends, and it's a pretty solid Mario & Sonic game. It's kind of like Rio though, where it's more of a minigame collection, and there's not that many dream events either. They pushed more of these retro events where you had 8-bit, 16-bit sprites doing the events. But they're still really fun, and honestly, the controls are really fun as well. Because they try to implement Wii controls with the Joy-Cons. And watching me and my friends just kind of wrap our heads around how these controls work is downright hilarious. It's so much fun. It's just nice, stupid fun to have. So I put it up here, probably above the other Mario and Sonics, actually. Should I put it above? Nah, I'll put it below Shadow the Hedgehog. Because it's still a really good Mario and Sonic game. Kind of keeping all the Mario and Sonics in one except for Rio. I need to fix that when we get to Sochi. Alright, so I did put compilations, and I put Sega Genesis Collection on here. Sega Genesis Collection is the modern way to play Sonic 1, Sonic 2, I think it has 3D Blast in it, and Dr. Eggman Mean Bean Machine in it. But honestly, it's not that good either. I have the PC version of it, which, even then I only have a part of it, because you buy Genesis games on Steam now, they give you this version of it. Honestly, it's very clunky. The system for like picking games and stuff is very clunky. And my PC did not like this collection either. My PC could not handle playing the Genesis games in this collection. The retro style they went with was really cool. I like the old bedroom with Sega stuff everywhere. I do like that. Because it does remind me of like a bedroom I did have when I was a kid. Actually, my office is kind of reminiscent of what they had. But, I don't know, there was far better Genesis compilations than this one. Like, I appreciate the effort they went in with it, but it's definitely, like, it's not the best way to play these games either. But it's also weird because having it as a compilation, it does make it kind of hard to kind of place it. I've already placed a few compilations, but this is one where it's kind of like, yeah, there's a lot of good Genesis games here, but I don't know. I'm gonna put it... We'll put it in B rank above Episode 2, Sonic 4 Episode 2. Because it's still the classic Genesis games at the end of the day. And it's not just Sonic either. They've got Altered Beast, Golden Axe, stuff like that. But I don't know, there are far better Genesis collections than this one, and it's kind of sad that this is the modern one that we have for right now. Like, I'm glad we have the Sega Ages line, that kind of ups the ante a bit, but those are sold individually, it's not a collection of Genesis games. But, I don't know. I do applaud the effort, just wish they kind of made it a little more intuitive. So, now we got Sonic Schoolhouse. That's, Sonic Schoolhouse is going straight in the Ultimate Lifeform rank. No. Sonic Schoolhouse is going to Never Played, because I've never played Sonic Schoolhouse. From what I saw, it's very terrifying. It's like, Baldi's Basics graphic style. Which, I don't like Baldi's Basics graphic style either. But you're basically like just running around a 3D environment, just learning things with Sonic. It'd be something to pop in just to get a hearty laugh out of. Sonic's voice is very high-pitched in the game, too. But, I don't know. I'd never played it, I've only seen things from it. And a lot of the graphics really terrify me, especially when you're like picking an animal to play as. Some of the animals are terrifying. Whew. So, now we got Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast. This goes to the very top. And I will admit, it's entirely because of nostalgia's sake. Sonic Adventure was the very first Sonic game I played. And it's the one reason I love my Dreamcast so much. There are other games I like on the Dreamcast, but Sonic Adventure is the one where I'm like, yeah, this is Dreamcast for me. It's one that I like to go back to every year. Sadly, I think my copy's on its last leg, because it was kind of glitchy when I streamed it a couple weeks ago. But man, I love Sonic Adventure more than any other Sonic game. And I will gladly admit it's nostalgia, but it's just so fun. Even past nostalgia's sake, like, I love exploring the adventure fields. The levels, I think, are a lot of fun to run around and explore. The different gameplay styles, while not all of them are hits, are just as fun. Tails is a lot of fun, Knuckles is a lot of fun, Gamma's a lot of fun. I could tolerate Big and Amy. Big kind of gave me a few troubles when I streamed him last, though. But all in all, I think it's just a really good game. Just really, really good game. I'm gonna turn down the music a tiny bit, actually. I feel like the music's a little loud. Just a smidge, nothing more. So now we got Team Sonic Racing. I was in the boat that actually really loved Team Sonic Racing. It was kind of a mixed bag for me because I did stream it when it first came out. But I streamed the PC version, which was actually incredibly glitchy. I feel like my music playlist is listening to me, by the way. The PC version was very glitchy at launch. I don't know if they ever fixed it, but there were a couple tracks in Team Sonic Racing. Every track took forever to load, and there were a couple tracks in the game that would crash every program running on my computer. Not just Team Sonic Racing crashing. My stream elements would crash, my web browser would crash, my chatbot would crash. Just everything would stop working when it was loading two specific tracks. But I do own it on PS4, I do own it on Xbox One and Switch. And on those systems, they are wonderful, wonderful racers. The team mechanics are a lot of fun. I like getting friends to play with it too. I've gotten a couple friends to play it with me. And the team mechanics add a lot of fun to it. It would be Crash Bandicoot. It would Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, that's kind of... I think that's the reason why Team Sonic Racing kind of flopped the way it did. Was because it was literally a month before CTR, and CTR is a far better kart racer, in my opinion. And to a lot of other people, too, because CTR is... It's a very skill-heavy racer, where you could reach ridiculous speeds. Team Sonic Racing is more about working together. It's more about that team gameplay. And because of that, is to a lot of people it was a lot slower paced than like All-Stars Racing Transformed. But I swear the music is listening to me. It's playing Team Sonic Racing music right now. Which is one of the big things for me. I loved the soundtrack for this game. This game has a wonderful soundtrack. The story, I actually really like the story. The story is very silly and self-aware. In a good way, not like in a Sonic Lost World way. In a very good way, it's self-aware. And I love like the little character interactions that you have in the races and stuff like that. I just kind of wish it had a longer life than it did. It only really lasted the month it came out. And even then people were very mixed on it just because Transformed was a brilliant kart racer, and this was on the coattails of it. Because it cut all the Sega characters out. It was a bit slower paced of a racer. But I thought the mechanics redeemed it. It had wonderful tracks, even if a lot of them were from Transformed and All-Stars Racing. And the character list was very small. I actually didn't like the character roster that much for Team Sonic Racing. But it wasn't bad either. You had Team Rose, Team Sonic, Team Chaotix, Team Dark. You had the typical Sonic Heroes character lineup. I don't know. It's one that I definitely want to... I kind of want to pick up again. I kind of want to... I really want to stream it again. But saying it's a terrible kart racer, I don't think it is at all. I think it's... I'd put it under Colors on the DS and under Riders in A rank. Because it was still very fun. The mechanics are really fun to pull off, too. Like, it's still got the fun trick system where all of your tricks are on the right stick. The missions are a little hard. Like, they really want you to be very specific with how you drive. But it's still very fun. And it even does the whole transform where it feels more like an action game than a racer. Alright, so we got Sonic Dash 2, which is a mobile game. I didn't get into Sonic Dash 2 that much. It was an alright game, but it didn't have that much to unlock compared to Sonic Dash. Now, I didn't want like a microtransaction-filled mobile game out of it, but it was still a lot of fun. I enjoyed like switching characters in the middle of a level and stuff like that. But the stages were very one note. There wasn't a nice variety of stages. There were only 5 characters to choose from. I think there's 7 now. I think they added 2 more since it launched. But I don't know. It's Sonic Dash, but it feels lesser than Sonic Dash, even though it has more mechanics. And it's not because I don't like the Sonic Boom universe. I'll talk more about the Sonic Boom universe as we get further in, but I don't know. It was just okay. So it's going C rank under. We'll put it with Sonic on the Game Gear, actually. That's probably the best place to fit it. So we finally got the last of the trilogy, which is Sonic Advance 2. I already got 3 in 1. Sonic Advance 2 is hands down my favorite Sonic Advance game ever. It introduced Cream, which was a lot of fun. The stages were very uniquely themed and a lot of fun. There were a couple stages towards the end that kind of had the problem with Sonic Advance 3 where the screen crunch would kill you a lot because they would just fill the level with tons of bottomless pits and stuff. But the mechanics were fun, and this is also kind of where they introduced the trick system that I complimented in Sonic Rush. But they were more for travel. Like, you could pull off tricks to reach higher areas, go further distances, stuff like that. One of the biggest problems I had with it was getting the Chaos Emeralds, because it wasn't as bad as Advance 3. But Sonic Advance 2, what you had to do was, there were 7 emblems in an act. You had to collect all 7 emblems in a single run, and then get to the finish line to do a special stage. I have only ever gotten 2 Chaos Emeralds in the game. I've never gotten all 7. And unlike Sonic Advance 1 and 3, you actually have to collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds with all 5 characters. And it unlocks stuff throughout the game too. Like, it doesn't have a Chow Garden until you collect a certain number of Chaos Emeralds. You don't have Amy on the character select screen until you collect a certain number of emeralds. Sound Test is locked behind a certain number of emeralds. It's stuff like that, and with them being very hard to collect, it's kind of hard to defend the emerald system in it. But as a Sonic game by itself, it's definitely really, really good. I would put it below Sonic Rush, above Sonic 3. Advance 2 is just really good. I don't know. Like, the only problem is just, like, the screen crunch, like I said, with Advance 1 and 3, and the emerald collecting, but the level designs are still solid. It's a very colorful Sonic game, and it looks really good on the Game Boy Advance. And the soundtrack for it's really good, too. I have some of the songs in the playlist I'm listening to right now. Yep. Alright. So now we got the original Sonic Dash. So, I like Sonic Dash far more than Sonic Dash 2. I like the variety of characters. I like that you can play as Pac-Man, Hello Kitty, an Angry Bird, the android robot, and still have so many other characters like Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Rouge, Shadow, Big, Vector, SBO. And I went through the effort to unlock every character without microtransactions, so I grinded for those characters and had a blast every time. The level variety is really good. The gameplay is a lot of fun. It does have a few cheat moments where they expect you to do some fast reaction, but you can't do them fast enough because you can't see what obstacles you're looking to avoid unless you've done the obstacles enough to know them. So it can kind of be cheap in that regard, especially since the levels are randomized. You're not running through the same stage over and over again. But for Sonic on mobile, it is a really good Sonic mobile game. It's a really good Temple Run style game. I'd put it above Knuckles. Put it above Episode 2, actually. No, put it above. Yeah, put it under Sega Superstar, above the Genesis collection. So now we got Sonic CD. Sonic CD is That's a game. So Sonic CD is one of those games I didn't grow up with. I had it on the Gems collection, and I had the Christian Whitehead version. And honestly, it's hit or miss for me. Like, going through as a Sonic game, it's fine, but the levels are a little confusing. And then going for 100% completion is crazy. This is actually another one on the 360 I don't have all the achievements for. Because, to 100% it, there's two ways to get the true ending. You either have to collect all the time stones, which is the Sonic 1 style special stage, collect 50 rings, get to the end, you do a special stage. I love the special stage too, by the way. But the other way is to get a time post, travel back in time, find a robot machine hidden somewhere, and find a hologram of Metal Sonic hidden somewhere, and destroy them. And then, if you want to go the extra mile, go into the future to see the good future that you caused. But I don't know, the levels are not that interesting, because they're all kind of generic levels. They're not really areas, they're more like they just threw colors in a stage and call it a day. Like, you have Green Hill Zone style stage, but then it's like, you got the pink stage, you got the green stage, you got the orange stage, you got the gray stage. And like, they all have nicknames like Metallic Madness, Starlight, I don't even remember it now. And there are some good stages in the game, but most of them it's just, here's a pink world. It plays similarly to Spring Yard Zone, but it's all pink. But it's still an alright Sonic game. It's more based off the gameplay of Sonic 1 than anything else. But yeah, I'd probably put it under Lost World on the 3DS, above Dash 2. Like, still a good game by itself, but it's got a few little quirks to it that just make me not enjoy it as much as the other 3 Sonic games and the classic Genesis games. Even with Christian Whitehead's little additions to it in the later ports. Alright, so we got Sonic Drift. So, I don't own a copy of Sonic Drift, but I have DX Adventure, so I have played Sonic Drift. And I love it. Sonic Drift is a really fun racer for the Game Gear. It's one that I like to go back to every so often. I haven't played it in a while, actually. I'd like to go back and play it. But it reminds me of, like, Super Mario Kart in a way. The graphics are a little more simple. Like, it's not true 3D. It is mostly just a bunch of images that animate as you drive through. But it's still a fun kart racer. But that's all I can really say about it. There's not much to the game other than being a kart racer. Like, there's not much single-player content. The tracks really aren't that varied either. Like, there are different tracks, but mostly it's just, like, same theme, different shaped track. But since I don't have much to say, I'd probably put it in C rank, because it is a pretty average racer. Probably put it with Sonic Chaos, actually. For Game Gear, it's really good, but it's nothing more than that. It's just a Sonic kart racer. Plus, it kind of leads to the joke of, why does Sonic need a car? He can run, you know? Stuff like that. So we got the Sonic Mega Collection on the GameCube. So I do have both Mega Collections on here just because they are very different. Mega Collection on the GameCube is a really good port of all the classic Sonic games. It's got all 7 of Sonic's Genesis games, with a few extra in the game depending on depending on what games you beat or save data on your memory card, stuff like that. But I love the archive feel of Mega Collection. Like, Mega Collection has a lot of extras to it. Like, it has all the instruction booklets for the games. It has the first Sonic comic in it. It also has the cover for every Sonic comic up to that point. and a few trailers. It's got the intro to Sonic CD. It's got a trailer for Advance 2. It's got like a history of Sonic video in it, and the music is very nostalgic to me. I love the menu music for Mega Collection. However, it's also not the best way to play these classic games either. Like, it works fine. It's not as bad as, like, say, Classic Collection on the DS with, like, the sprite layering. The problem is more so the hardware, where you mostly have to play with a joystick on the GameCube controller, which I honestly prefer D-pad. And the D-pad on the GameCube is not... Like, I like the GameCube controller, but the D-pad on the GameCube controller is not made for 2D platformers. So you do have to rely on a joystick a bit, but it still works. It's not bad. It's just, I'd rather play with like a classic Genesis controller or even an Xbox controller. I'd prefer playing the classic games with. But because of its archive feel, I do think it deserves to be in the A rank, probably very low in the A rank. Because it's not a bad collection at all. It is a really good collection. It's got a really good archive feel to it. It's mostly just the hardware it's on that I have a problem with. Alright. So now we got Sonic Drift 2. I'm going to put it above Sonic Drift 1. Mostly because I don't have much to say about it. It's Sonic Drift, but with more content. Like, it's got more unique track designs, the graphics are a little more different, and it's even got a couple more characters in the game, too. Like, I think Knuckles wasn't in the first one, but he's in the second one, and they also added Knack the Weasel. But it's Sonic Drift 2. It's literally just copy-paste, add more content. Still really good, though. It's Sonic Drift. So, this is one I haven't played. Sonic Eraser. And that's because this is a Japanese-only game. It doesn't even really have a cover. This is kind of like I think it's a fan-made cover I grabbed. Because this was a Sonic game you downloaded off of SegaNet, back when SegaNet was a thing. And it was basically columns, but with Sonic. And there isn't really much to say about it. I do like columns. Columns is a lot of fun. But, yeah, they had made a Sonic columns called Sonic Eraser. It's the only thing Sonic about it is it just has Sonic standing next to your board, just judging you as you put the pieces down. Like, that's all it really has. Alright, so get ready for the biggest change ever. We got Sonic X on the Leapster. Hey there, Rabadoc. How are you doing? So, Sonic X on the Leapster. Actually, this is one I've never played either. So, in the never played spot. But I wanted to talk about it because it's such a weird game. Having a Sonic game on a leapfrog system where it teaches you to count by, like, collecting a certain number of rings or finding a number and jumping into it. And it uses Sonic 3 sprites. But it also has some new animations for Sonic 2, so it's not just Sonic 3 sprites, it's new additions to the sprite, which is weird. Doing great, quite bored and tired though. Understandable. I'm glad you're doing great though. But, yeah, it's just a really weird game. It's Sonic with math. Think Rayman's Brain game, just with Sonic. But not as ridiculously hard. So now we got Sonic Mania. This is another game I have a weird story with. When they announced Sonic Mania... Where's my music? Don't stop on me, music. Yeah, I've played a lot of Sonic games. I've grown up with this blue hedgehog, and I love him so very much. So, when they first announced Sonic Mania, I actually wasn't excited for this game. I had zero excitement for Mania. That's because at the time, they were talking about how this Sonic game has been in development for 4 years, And I was expecting like a big, huge modern Sonic game. This wasn't it. They kind of pulled like a trick on us where it was like, oh, here's Sonic Mania. Okay, wait, we do have another Sonic game. But when they first announced it, I was like, it looks fun, but I don't see 4 years of development in this. I don't. But of course later they revealed that Forces was the one that had 4 years of development in it. After that, I did pre-order the collector's edition of Mania. And, yeah, I got the figure behind me on a shelf. I own Sonic Mania on every system. It's on. I only have the Plus DLC on Steam and PlayStation, but I own it on every system, and I love Sonic Mania a lot. It's... You know, I'll put it very low Ultimate Life Form right now. It's between S rank and Ultimate Life Form rank. I'll put it very high S rank, actually. Because it is a very good 2D Sonic game. It is a very good classic Sonic game. And with Christian Whitehead doing Sonic 1, 2, and CD, like, he deserved to make this game. And him and the team behind him made a wonderful Sonic game with it. Like, they got a bunch of Sonic fans to make this game, and it turned out wonderful. It's definitely not one of my favorite Sonic games of all time. It's still pretty low, but it was the biggest surprise of 2017, really. 2017 was a good year of gaming. So now we got Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast, which I'll put in the Ultimate Lifeform rank below Director's Cut. Mostly because it's basically the same game as Adventure 2 Battle, but it kind of lacks a bit of polish compared to 2 Battle. Mostly because this was made on the Dreamcast's deathbed. Like, I think the Dreamcast was no longer on the shelf for like 4 to 6 months before Adventure 2 came out. So Adventure 2 came out and you couldn't even find a Dreamcast if you didn't have one. But they did a lot of support with it. They had DLC for it. It was free DLC, adding like character skins and other characters to play as and stuff. But it did have a few flaws with it, especially if you had a first print of Sonic Adventure 2. There was a game-breaking glitch where if you got to the final stage of the game, Eggman would fall through the floor and you couldn't finish the game. So you would go through the entire game, get to the final stage, and then Eggman would just fall through the floor. They did fix it in later releases of the Dreamcast version, and it's not a problem at all in 2 Battle at all. But, that's a problem. But it's still Adventure 2 at the end of the day. Like, yeah, it's got that one glitch, but later prints don't have it. I actually don't know if mine's a later print or a first print, actually. But, I don't know, Child Garden's far better in 2 Battle 2. It's Adventure 2. Just 2 Battle has far more content in it. Alright. Where's the music, Jeebs? Where's the music, Jeebs? Okay. So, we have Sonic 2 on the Game Gear. This goes high E rank for me. Sonic 2 on the Game Gear is incredibly hard. It is very hard in a very cheap way. So hard, I can't beat the first boss of the game. I beat the first boss once, proceeded after that, and the game still stumped me after that. It's honestly not that well fleshed out of a game either. Like, it's basically Sonic 1 on the Game Gear, wherever that is. Yeah, Sonic 1 on the Game Gear, but, like, far harder than it. Sonic 1 on the Game Gear is more balanced in its difficulty. Sonic 2 on the Game Gear is like, oh, let's just kill the player, because we feel like it. Yeah, it's just a really tough platformer at the end of the day. But the biggest thing people talk about with it is mostly the ending, because unless you collect the Chaos Emeralds, Tails, quote-unquote, dies at the end of Sonic 2. So, like, if you want Tails to be alive, you have to get the true ending. Which, that's the one thing people talk about the most with it. But outside of that, it's just... It's a lesser version of Sonic 1 on the Game Gear. You don't even get to play as Tails. You don't have Tails in the game at all, really. Tails is kind of the damsel in distress in the game, where he gets kidnapped and you gotta save him. Hooah! Whew. So now, we actually... It's been a while, but we got Sonic 1 on the Genesis now. So, Sonic 1 on the Genesis immediately goes very high C rank. So, Sonic 1 was one of the first games I had, along with Sonic 2 and Spinball. But, it's kind of by the numbers for a platformer. But it's also, it's the very first Sonic game. I mean, it's probably going to be by the numbers anyway. But, a lot of the problem with it is mostly just kind of, they were pushing the speed mechanic in advertisement, and Sonic 1 isn't really a game made for speed. Speed is supposed to be like the learning tool of the game. You learn the stages as you platform, use the speed when you repeat playthroughs as you learn the stage. But some of the stages, even if you learn the stages, still aren't built around the speed. Like Labyrinth Zone isn't that very well built around it, Marble Zone isn't. It's still a solid Sonic game, and as an introduction for the franchise, it's really good, but it's one that has not aged that well. It's one that I still like to go back and play to every once in a while, just because it's the first Sonic game, you know? It's a historical landmark in gaming history. But Sonic 2 is definitely the true introduction for Sonic the Hedgehog for people. While Sonic 1 just kind of introduced people to the character and the concept, and people kind of fell in love with this blue guy. But yeah, it's a very average platformer. It's not bad at all, it's fun. But there are some parts that'll definitely make you probably scream and rage. And it is one Sonic game I can beat in like an hour or two. It's not that long either. It's actually the same as Sonic 3, where it's only got like 6 stages. While Sonic 2 still has the 11, 12 that I was talking about. But yeah, it's still pretty good. I am afraid I'm gonna dump water everywhere. Whew. So, this is kind of hard to see, but this is Sonic the Fighter. Sorry, my phone vibrated. So I never played the arcade version of Sonic the Fighters. I played it in Gem's Collection and the Xbox Live version of the game. It is a lot of fun. It's basically Virtua Fighter. They took the Virtua Fighter engine they had and just made a Sonic Fighter out of it, and it plays kind of similarly. It's just more cartoony. When you punch a character, instead of blood, you got rings flying out of them. And I have beaten it numerous times. I've even gotten the true ending in it numerous times, which is incredibly hard to do. You have to play through the game perfectly and then use Super Form in Metal Sonic, in the fight with Metal Sonic, to get the true ending. But it's a really fun arcade fighter. And I'd probably put it above the Mario and Sonic games. Actually, I'd probably put it above Shadow, too, actually. Because Sonic the Fighters is still really fun. I'd love to find an arcade cabinet of it someday. Whether it's like at an arcade or whatever. I'd like to find one and play it. Whew. So another arcade game we have is Sonic Athlete, which I actually got to play once. The Dave & Buster's near me actually had this for a little while, where it's basically Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, the 100-meter dash, but with a treadmill, and you pushed it with your feet. And it was a lot of fun. I'll probably put it high C rank under the other Mario and Sonic games. Because it really is just that at the end. It's the 100-meter dash, but you're on a treadmill and you have to physically run yourself. But it's still really fun. It's still a blast to play. It's probably kind of hard to find now because it is a huge arcade machine. It takes up a huge chunk of an arcade. So finding it now is probably near impossible. Because I'm sure a lot of arcades don't really want to take up that much space with it. It's too much space for an arcade game, you know? Alright. So we got Sonic Forces Speed Battle. So this was made by Sega Hardlight, which made the Sonic Dash games. But it's an online racer based on the Forces game. Hey there, Disney nerd. Why isn't Smash Bros. On the list? Because that's more of a Nintendo crossover than a Sonic game. That and here's a spoiler alert. From Brawl to Ultimate would all be an S rank very easily. Alright, so Sonic Forces Speed Battle, I was addicted to it for like the first month that it was out. I didn't put any money into it like I did with the Dash games. Well, I didn't put money in the Dash games either. But it was a lot of fun. It was really fun racing other people in a Sonic Dash style gameplay. Which I really want a boost style game like Generations and Unleashed as an online racer. I want to have boost gameplay where I'm boosting against other people online. I think that would be a really fun racer. But as for Sonic Forces Speed Battle, I put it right above Sonic Dash because it's a really fun game, and they've been introducing some cool characters. Like they introduced Sir Lancelot and Knight Sonic from Sonic and the Black Knight. They brought Tikal into the game, and it's cool seeing like the darker character style of Sonic Forces with characters that weren't in Sonic Forces. Like they have Cream the Rabbit in the game, and seeing concept art of her in more of a darker tone is pretty cool. I actually really like the darker concept style they had for Forces for like the promotional art and stuff. Alright, so we got Dr. Robotnik's Mean Beam Machine. So, I'm a big Puyo Puyo guy. I like Puyo Puyo. And Dr. Robotnik's Mean Machine is basically just reskinned Puyo Puyo. But it's based on the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, even featuring robots from that show. Almost a game. Probably put it... I'll put it above Pinball Party. Because it's not a game I come back to often, but it's a lot of fun. I do like playing Puyo Puyo. I'm not that good at puzzle games, personally. So I can only get to like stage 4 or 5 of it. I think I died at Coconuts, actually. I think Coconuts is the furthest I've gotten. I need to get my water when we start the karaoke. Ooh. That, and I also like that Sonic Mania had a reference to it. Ooh. Alright, so now we got Sonic Forces. Forces is kind of a weird game for me, because I know a lot of people really dislike Forces, but I usually look past a lot of its problems and like Forces for a lot of the good stuff it has. I love a lot of the later stages in the game. I love the character customization. The story has a few quirks to it, but I do like the story of the game. I just think character personalities was the biggest problem with it. I think one more rewrite of the script probably would have taken the story a very long way. But it does have a few problems, like Classic Sonic didn't deserve to be in the game. His gameplay was downright awful. His 6 stages that he has out of 50 were garbage. And having the engine built on top of Lost World made a lot of the physics feel weird. Especially the momentum, because instead of slowly building up speed like in most Sonic games, it just switches to the different speeds that Lost World had, as you run, making a lot of the heavy platform sections very difficult, because you'll try and platform slowly, but if you hold the direction for too long, you'll switch to that second tier speed immediately and shoot off past the platform you're trying to land on. But I do like a lot of the level design. I know a lot of people point to Green Hill, because the Green Hill in the game is kind of by the numbers for a Green Hill stage. But I love the Metropolis stage, I love the Death Egg stage, I love the Destroyed City stage. Like, they're a lot of fun. And it is very easy for a Sonic game. But just for character customization alone, it's probably mid B rank for me. Pretty high B rank, actually. Put it above Episode 2. Because I do like Forces a lot. I do come back to Forces often. I think I've beaten the game 4 times now. And I want to stream it again. I don't know, like, if you didn't care about the character customization, I think that's where the game really falls flat for a lot of people, because outside of character customization, yeah, it's a very basic Sonic game. But I love the character customization. I want them to go further with the character customization in future Sonic games. Just because it's such a cool idea for the Sonic franchise, because, you know, a lot of people make their own custom Sonic characters, so it's fun to have your own character in a Sonic game for once. Your first Sonic game was All-Stars Racing Transform and Sonic Colors. Those games are really good. I put Colors DS and A rank, and All-Stars Racing Transform as Ultimate Lifeform rank. Just because All-Stars Racing Transform is really good. Where did I put Colors? I'll put Colors in C rank. Mostly because it's a lot of fun, but I had a few quirks with it. So here's another one I didn't play. Another educational Sonic game, which was Sonic's Game World, I think it was called. But it was basically a minigame collection for the Sega Pico, which was a rival to Leapfrog's Leapfrog. It was really cool. It was just basically a Sega Genesis just as a learning console. And you basically would have like a bunch of different mini-games based around learning different things. And I'm actually going to talk about it already, which I'm going to put this in Never Played Either. Which is Tails Music World, which is basically Sonic's Game World, but for music rather than everything else educational. I never had a Sega Pico though, so can't really say I played it. Alright, so another compilation. We got Sonic Gems Collection. So I actually really like Sonic Gems Collection a lot. I'm going to put it up here with Mega Collection. It wasn't that big of a collection. It was truly just kind of a reason for Sega to put Sonic CD on the GameCube. But it had Sonic R, it had Sonic the Fighters, it had a ton of Game Gear games I never played, like Tails Sky Patrol, Tails Adventure. It had Vector Man. Vector Man alone will make it worth it. But I really like Sonic R. I grew up with the PC version of Sonic R, so having it on console was really exciting to me. And it was the first time I played Sonic the Fighters, which I really loved. But it was a really fun game. It didn't have the archivey feel of Mega Collection. But I did like a lot of the bonuses. It had a lot of artwork from the Sonic Screensaver series, as well as concept art for Sonic CD, Sonic R, and Sonic the Fighters. And it was a lot of fun unlocking the different artworks and seeing them in-game. But it was a pretty fun collection, and introduced me to a good number of Sonic games that I probably would have never played otherwise. Okay, so this is one I never played, but I really wanted to talk about this game too, which is Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. I have seen numerous playthroughs of this game just because it looks so much fun. It was a arcade game where it was like a Sonic 3D Blast, where it was an isometric platformer. But it was 3 players, and the way you controlled Sonic was you had a ball that you would roll in the direction you wanted Sonic to run in. And that was kind of the fun, was like just rolling the ball, watching Sonic run in that direction, having to stop the ball to have him stop in place and stuff like that. It's very fast paced and very trial and error heavy because it is an arcade game. But it was the introduction of Ray the Squirrel and Mighty the Armadillo, who would reappear in Sonic Mania later on, and Knuckles Chaotix. Funny enough, though, so they were working on a American version of Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, and it did come to America, but they didn't finish the translation. So if you did find a arcade cabinet in America, I think the dialogue was still in Japanese. I can't remember if the text was translated or if it was still in Japanese. But, like, even if you go into the game's files, if you find the game's files online, you find sprite art for the American art style of Robotnik, based on his Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog art style. As well as numerous English lines and stuff like that just never got implemented. But it was very hard to find in America. It was more of a Japanese arcade cabinet than anything else. But I want to play it so badly. It looks so much fun. Like, it just looks like pure chaos as an arcade game. I would shell out numerous quarters to play through that game. Alright. So, now we got Sonic Generations on the 3DS. And I'm sad to say it's going to be a D rank. Pretty low D rank, actually. Now, I don't think it's that terrible of a game. It's a really good Sonic game, actually. My problem is how short it is. You can 100% the game in like an hour. I 100%ed the game on the car ride home from picking up the game. The levels are also very unimaginative. Like, it's fun to play. Classic Sonic is pretty spot on to the classic games. But his stages are literally copy and paste the same stages from the original game. So, like, if you played Mushroom Hill in Sonic Generations, you're literally playing Mushroom Hill from Sonic and Knuckles. So it's not that creative. Especially with the boss fights, because the boss fights are literally the same boss fights as the original, just in 3D now. Which is cool. Like, it's fun to fight BioLizard the same way, just now with a 2D gameplay style. But it's... I don't know, it feels kind of rushed compared to the normal Sonic Generations. Now, the one thing I will applaud it for was its Playcoin implementation. I could speak. Because the 3DS, if anyone remembers, had coins that you would get on your console when you would walk with your system. And in Sonic Generations, you would spend the coins to unlock various missions to play in the stages. That was my favorite part of the whole game, was unlocking and playing through those missions. But outside of that, it was just kind of... It was a good Sonic game, but it just didn't leave that big of an impression on me. It was very disappointing for a 3DS Sonic game. Especially since it was the Rush style for modern Sonic, but it just didn't push it as far as Sonic Rush did. I don't know, I was just disappointed by it. And same with the console version of Generations. So, I do like the console version of Generations. It is a fun game, I do like it. But it is very short of a game. I was kind of disappointed with how short it was. It is one of the most well-polished Sonic games ever, I will say that. I don't know, I was just very disappointed with how short it was, especially retreading Sonic's history. Like, Sonic has a far more history than they implemented into Generations. But I don't know, I wasn't a big fan of the story, personally. And, I don't know, that's kind of all the bad things I could say about it. I just didn't like how long the game was my problem. But it's not a bad game. I'd still put it in B rank. Probably put it... I'll put it below Forces. Because I still love Generations. Generations was a really good, wonderful game, and it implemented Classic Sonic really well. I just wish they went further with it. I wish they, I don't know, added more substance to the game. The game itself is perfectly fine, just I wanted a little bit more. Alright, so now we got, I believe this was called Sonic Police Patrol? So this was an arcade game for children that was only in Japan, I believe, where you would basically ride in this car and Sonic would teach you about car safety as it would rock back and forth like those little rides that you would find in front of grocery stores and stuff like that. But it looked very silly. Same with this one. This one didn't teach you about car safety, but it was Sonic in space, and it actually added a minigame where you would like shoot missiles at Eggman while flying a spaceship. They looked pretty cool. I probably wouldn't fit in them nowadays. See a grown man sitting in a children's toy like that. Alright. So next is Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games. So I felt this one wasn't as good as the other ones. I actually felt it was a little bit better than Rio, but not by much. My favorite thing though was it wasn't a glitch, but it had randomized audio for some of the characters in some of the modes. So my favorite thing was there was a bingo mode where you would just like do different things to different people to mess with their bingo card, and whoever got a bingo first won. I remember I got an Orbot power-up where Orbot will take someone else's space and move it to my board. And I just remember Orbot picking up and being like, "Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it." He just said that like 3 times in a row, and I was like, okay, I won't think about it. But it wasn't that much different from the Beijing Olympics. It was actually more of a minigame collection than Beijing Olympics was. But the dream events were really fun in that one too. I don't know, it just, with being the second one similar to the first one, it didn't introduce that many new things to it, other than having the London aesthetic to it. Which I enjoyed the London aesthetic. I loved watching like Mario and Sonic run around like Big Ben and stuff like that. But it just didn't introduce enough new content for me to be like, yeah, that was a good version of Mario and Sonic. It's just like, oh yay, another Mario Sonic. Alright. So now we got Sonic Shuffle. Sonic Shuffle is very interesting as a game. So Sonic Shuffle is basically Mario Party but with Sonic. The rules are a little bit different, but it's Mario Party Sonic. Sonic Party. There we go. The gimmick, however, is instead of rolling dice, you had cards, and the cards you chose would determine the number of spaces you go. And you could take other players' cards. The gimmick, however, was if everyone had a memory card in their controller, it would not show the cards on the screen. It would show your cards on the memory card so that you could keep your cards hidden from other players. So the challenge was guessing what cards other people has. Like, are you going to pull an Eggman card out of their hand, or are you going to pull a 9 and go 9 spaces? And the boards are very creative, too. I actually really enjoy the boards for Sonic Shuffle. The only thing is I do wish the minigames appeared more in the games, because the minigames are fun. They're silly. More silly than Mario Party, actually. Like, one is like Eggman will turn one of the characters giant, and then everyone has to like use bazookas to shoot down the giant character while the giant character stomps everybody. Or Eggman will shake a soda can, and then everyone has to pick a soda can to try and avoid the one that Eggman shook. Or shaken, I can English. But it's very fun. I do remember the last sport of the game actually lags the Dreamcast like no tomorrow, though. And I never did unlock the extra characters. You can unlock Big, Gamma, a Chow, and Supersonic. Yeah, Sonic Uno, basically. But with a board game. And another weird thing is you also had RPG battles in this game. So, like, you would collect the emeralds, kind of like how you'd collect stars in Mario Party. But instead of, like, paying rings to get an emerald, you would fight a monster. And you'd have to play a card to deal enough damage to kill the monster before he hits you. And if you killed the monster, then you would get the emerald. But it was still pretty fun. I'd probably put it low B rank, actually. But it was still pretty fun. I just wish a few mechanics were kind of tweaked a bit. Like, it feels like they were trying to introduce so many new ideas so that it wasn't Mario Party. That it kind of not ruined the fun of it, but kind of downplayed the fun that Mario Party does have. Like, not having the minigames play after everyone's turn and stuff like that, it does kind of focus more on the board game more. Which is fine, but I do like that balance of Mario Party where everyone takes a turn, then a minigame, then everyone takes another turn, then a minigame. While Sonic Shuffle, you could have everyone take 3 turns before the first minigame pops up. But I still recommend it. I recommend getting a few friends to play that. So here's a Genesis Collect. This is going straight in the Ultimate Lifeform rank. Above Director's Cut. So Sonic's Genesis Collection it's just a Genesis collection at the end of the day. But it's one of the best Genesis collections. It's got a nice variety of Genesis games. I think it has every Sonic Genesis game in its collection too, actually. But you can unlock like arcade versions of games, you can unlock Master System games, interviews with people who developed a lot of the Genesis games. And overall the aesthetic is really cool because the backgrounds and stuff will have like flashes of title screens of all the different games in it. I just remember having a blast with it, playing it on the 360. And the emulation is actually really, really good. It's pretty spot on to the Genesis emulation. The only downside I see a lot of people point out is playing the games, every game has a border around the screen. And they're made specific for each game. It's not like one generic border. It's like if you play Dr. Eggman's Mean Bean Machine, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, it'll have that ground texture that's mostly in that game be the border and stuff like that. But yeah, it's got Alex Kidd, Golden Axe, Ultra Beast, Comic Zone. I was trying to remember Comic Zone. So overall, it's a really, really good collection that I recommend. It's only on PS3 and 360 though, sadly. Alright. So, we only got 2 rows of games left. We're going longer than 3 hours. Like I was hoping this would take about 3 hours. So we got Sonic Heroes now. So I actually started streaming Sonic Heroes last night. Sonic Heroes is a special game to me. Sonic Heroes was the first game I ever got around launch. And it was the first game I followed the news for like crazy. I would go to the Sonic Channel website like every single day watching the trailer and seeing what new stuff they had about the game. And I remember like it was the day my parents got their tax return, and I was super excited because it was basically like if I behaved while they did their taxes, they would get me Sonic Heroes. So yeah, I behaved super well, got Sonic Heroes that day. I remember it was actually towards the end of the time where the mall would close. So like the mall was super empty, and I was actually worried that they would be closed by the time we got there. But we got there at like the last 10 minutes and managed to get a copy of Sonic Heroes. And I love Sonic Heroes. I see it as kind of like a Sonic version of Crash Bandicoot, where Crash Bandicoot took a 2D platformer and just gave it an X-axis, or a Z-axis. I see that a lot with Sonic Heroes, because Sonic Heroes levels design is very corridor-like. Like it is a 2D platformer, just 3D, and it's got the different paths like a classic Sonic game, just in 3D. And it was made to be like baby's first Sonic game. Like that's what the whole team mechanic was for, to show off the speed mechanic, the flying mechanic, the power mechanic, instead of having a bunch of different characters with a bunch of different abilities that people would have to get used to. Especially being the first Sonic game made for not made for a Sega system. A lot of people kind of bash the repetition of it, because you do play through all the levels 4 times as 4 different teams, and Team Chaotix kind of throws the whole speed gameplay out the window for its mission-based structure. But it's a game that I look at fondly. It's a game that I love to go back to. I love the art style for it. I love the music for it. The level design's great. I was even talking about yesterday, like, every stage in Heroes I love. My least favorite is the power plant stage. But even then, it's my least favorite. It's not one that I hate. Like, every stage in Heroes is just very creative and a lot of fun to go through. And I probably put it, not Ultimate Lifeform rank, but probably... I put it below Sonic 2 on the S rank. Yeah. Because it's really fun. I do like Sonic Heroes a lot. And I'm excited to stream it more. Because I have 100%ed it once, and I'm excited to 100% it again. Excuse me. Okay. Sonic Jam. So, Sonic Jam... I am going to rank it. I've never played Sonic Jam, but I am going to rank it. I'm going to put it up in S rank. Under Sonic 2. Above Heroes. And that's because I've just seen so much about Sonic Jam, I think I have a pretty decent opinion of it. Rather than me kind of not like these other ones in the never played section. Because it is a compilation. It's Sonic 1, 2, 3, with its Knuckles editions, on top of tons of options for variety, making it easier or harder based on how well you are at the Sonic games. It's got a bunch of commercials from Sonic up to that time. It's got a mini movie in it. And the best part is it basically has a demo of Sonic Adventure before Sonic Adventure got announced. You had this 3D hub world that you would run around and explore in, that basically showed off the Sonic Adventure engine that they had at the time. It wasn't a level, it was just an area to go around and see all the different stuff in the collection, like the commercials and whatnot. But it was really cool to run around in 3D as Sonic at the time, before people knew Adventure was coming out. And it's one that I want to get. I want to get a Sega Saturn, and I want to get Sonic Jam. Like, Jam is one of the reasons I want a Saturn. Just because it really is a cool compilation, and it's one that the content in it has never been re-released for anything. It's very unique. Especially being like, it was released only like 5 years after Sonic 1, so it wasn't that long after the trilogy that it contains was released. Alright. So, Sonic Jump Fever. I bought this back when it came out. I had an iPod Touch. I didn't have an iPhone. I had an iPod Touch that I bought it on. And it got stolen. Someone stole my iPod Touch. But, this game was pretty fun. It was basically Doodle Jump, but with Sonic. I haven't picked it up again since its release, so I haven't seen a lot of the newer content of it. Probably put it with Sonic Colors. Because it was still really fun, but it was just like a very arcade-style Doodle Jump game. When I played it, there was only 2 levels in the game, so I beat it in like 30 minutes. I think there's a lot more levels in it now than there was, but I don't know, Sonic Dash kind of took over that bit of a run. Alright. Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. So, I'm going to put this in the very high C rank. Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal, I actually really enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed it far more than Rise of Lyric. But I actually liked the mechanics with it. I loved getting to, kind of take the stage at a slower pace and explore, trying to find the different emeralds hidden in the stage. I know a lot of people bashed it for that, like a lot of people really didn't like the exploration of the game. But I loved it. It was kind of like what I wanted Rise of Lyric to be, but in 2D. Because I didn't mind Sonic being at a slower pace, I just wanted it to be fun. And I actually found Shattered Crystal to be a bit of fun. But I did beat it very quickly. It was a rather short game. But I did enjoy the story. The story's a bit silly. The only thing I didn't like was the grinding, because you had these figures that you could collect. It's the only thing I haven't 100% in the game. And that's because when you collect all the coins in the game to get the statues, you only get like a third of them. To get the other 2/3 of the statue, you gotta remember to turn on the game every single day to get a daily coin bonus. Which, to be honest, I don't think this game was made with that in mind. This game is not... It's not a mobile game. You don't play it every day. The only incentive is just turn it on, get your coin, turn it off. You don't play a stage or anything. Which, that's the only thing I kind of have to bash on with it. And I do think the ending's also kind of bland too. And one of the stupidest things I do hate is you have to beat Shattered Crystal to upgrade your health in Rise of Lyric. Like, the level up system in Rise of Lyric has you do different things, but the only way to upgrade your health in Rise of Lyric is to beat Shattered Crystal. Which, I like that they wanted to connect the two games, but I thought that was really stupid. Like, your bonus for beating Shattered Crystal is to be able to hold more rings in Rise of Lyric. I did not like that. Alright. So, we got 3D Blast on the Sega Saturn, which goes far above 3D Blast. That's right there. I'd put this in the S rank, right below... right above Sonic 3, actually. So, I had the PC version of 3D Blast, which is the Saturn version. I think the special stage is different, but it's the same everywhere else. And I just love the Saturn version far better than the Genesis version. It looks a lot nicer, the stages have more of a theme to it. I like the little animations, like in the first stage you have these little moles digging through the sides of the mountain and stuff. And the soundtrack. 3D Blast on the Saturn has one of my favorite Sonic soundtracks ever. And funny enough, there's never been another Sonic game that has had a soundtrack like 3D Blast. It's very unique. And basically everything else I said about 3D Blast, like, I love the isometric platformer of it. It's just, all in all, a fun game to me. Alright. Now, Sonic and Knuckles is very interesting. I'm gonna put it above Mania, actually. Sonic and Knuckles by itself is not that impressive of a game. Like I said, it's basically Sonic 3 Part 2. But the fun of Sonic and Knuckles is not Sonic and Knuckles itself. It's the fact that the cartridge has a cartridge port on the top of it. So you could fit Sonic 3 on top of Sonic and Knuckles and have the full Sonic 3 experience. It's Part 1 and Part 2 together, and you have Knuckles to play as. You could put Sonic 2 on top of Sonic and Knuckles and play through the entirety of Sonic 2 as Knuckles. Or you can put Sonic 1 on top of Sonic and Knuckles and have this randomly generated special stage system where you would have billions and billions of special stages based on the Sonic 3 special stages. And it gives a proper true ending to Sonic 3 as well. So, all in all, it's really cool. And even on top of that, like, you could take any of your Genesis games, pop it into Sonic and Knuckles, and it would take one of those random special stages and let you play through it. Like, it would just take the code of each Genesis game, give you a special stage, and then you play through it. So, like, for the technology alone, Sonic and Knuckles is really good. But as by itself, it's another 6 stages of Sonic 3. Alright. So now we got Lost World on the Wii U, which I will put very low A rank. I was going to put it in B rank, but we got a lot in B rank right now. Because I actually like Lost World a lot. It's not that fast-paced of a Sonic game, but it's a really good platformer. And I actually like the level design very much. I love the fact it's kind of a generic level design where it's grass, desert, water, ice, stuff like that. But they implement different designs in the acts to kind of give variety based on that. So, like, yeah, you get your generic Green Hill Zone, but then Act 2 will be, Act 3 will be in a cave, and you're in, like, a 360 tunnel cave that you're running through. Or how the ice stage will have a casino stage within it. Or the desert stage will have a dessert stage where you're running on Twizzlers and jumping off Oreos and stuff like that. I really liked that, and I love the parkour system in the game, too. And the fun of going through the stages fast is still kind of there, because one of the speeds is spin dashing. So the challenge is trying to maintain a spin dash as long as possible to go through the stage as fast as possible, which makes it a very fun and challenging Sonic game. Where I don't like Lost World, however, is the story. The story is annoying in Lost World. It's like how with Colors, how the story didn't make sense, but worse. Because there's actually a cohesive story in Lost World, but the cutscenes jump in personality so much. Like, you'll have a cutscene where Sonic and Tails hate Eggman, you have a cutscene where they're working together, you have a cutscene where Tails hates Sonic, you have a cutscene where Sonic is sad for some reason, you got a cutscene where Orbot and Cubot want to be with Sonic rather than Eggman, and then later on they want to work for Eggman and stuff like that. The only part of the story I liked was a couple cutscenes at the end where Sonic is actually left alone, and you start getting like a more realistic personality from him, where it's like Tails is getting roboticized, Eggman's dead, Amy and Knuckles are basically dying. Like, he's all alone. And they've written that part really well, and his anger towards the end is really justified and really well done. Of course, it all gets thrown out the window at the end of the game, but like, only 2 cutscenes in the entire game are well written. Everything else is just random garbage. But the game itself is a lot of fun. I find it's a really fun, challenging platformer. The DLC stages are really good. I love the Zelda DLC, the Yoshi DLC, and the Nights into Dreams DLC for Sonic Lost World. But I do consider it more of a spin-off title. I don't really see it as a main series Sonic title, which I think is the reason why I like it more than most other people. You want an open world game like Breath of the Wild, hopefully? I'd like it not like Breath of the Wild, but more like Mario Odyssey, where like you have tons of objectives and collectibles, and you're just running through huge open areas finding these different goals and such. I think that would be really fun. Because the thing with Sonic, if they did an open world game, is it would still have to be like a hyped up adventure. I don't think Sonic would work well as like a calm experience. So like, I think it'd be fun if like there was just tons of things to play around with, like tons of ramps and loops to like launch yourself off different areas to try and get to different platforms and stuff. Collecting animals like in Lost World, or finding the emeralds, or finding gold capsules and stuff like that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Okay. So we got Mega Collection Plus on the PS2, which I'm going to put below... Where is it? Yeah, I'm going to put it below Gems Collection. It's the same as Mega Collection on the GameCube, but they lost that archive feeling to it. It actually has the same style as Gems Collection, where it's... I don't know, it doesn't have that nostalgic feeling to it. It's got a lot less content than Mega Collection, but it's got more games. I think they added more games that weren't Sonic into it. But like the archives and stuff, like it's a lot less. It's got a sneak peek to Sonic Heroes, while the original Mega Collection had like a history of Sonic in it. So it's still good. It's still a good collection. It's got all the games Mega Collection had, plus a few more. But it just lost that archive feeling that Mega Collection had. Like, it feels more like a museum rather than a retro throwback like Mega Collection did. Okay. So we got Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. So, where did I put Shattered Crystal? So Fire and Ice, I'm actually going to put... I'm going to put it below Forces, above Generations. Because Fire and Ice is basically Shattered Crystal, but even better. Because they still have the slow exploration of the levels like Shattered Crystal had. But now you can blast through the stages if you want to. You get collectibles for blasting through the stages with Sonic Speed. So it blends them together in a way that makes it more personal. Where, like, if you want to go slow and explore, you have that option. But if you want to play it like an old school Sonic game and just go through it at Sonic speed, you can do that. It doesn't penalize you for it. And when it first came out, I literally played it non-stop until I beat it 100%. I put tons of hours into the game. I think I beat it in 7 hours, and I think I played it for like 7 hours straight. I think it came out the day I was off from work and just played it all day long. It was really good. And the story was also more on par with the TV show with its comedy and stuff. So it's very unique with that as well. Plus, having 5 characters to switch between instead of 4 also added to that as well. Because you couldn't play as Amy originally, and to be honest, Amy kind of does slow the pace down a bit for the game. Because Amy's mostly used for, oh, there's a pillar blocking your path, you gotta swing your hammer to knock the pillar down. But yeah, it's still a pretty good game. I also like they went back and did like Sonic Rush Adventure style boss fights where it's a boss that takes up both screens. Which is not anything new for the time it came out, but it's still really fun and unique in that way. Okay. So now we got Sonic at the Olympic Games. This is another game I kind of want to try and stream this summer. I'm probably going to put it up with Sonic Dash, below Sonic Dash. So, Sonic at the Olympic Games is a single-player Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games experience with a story mode. And the multiplayer is mostly just leaderboards trying to beat other people's scores. The only downfall with it is it does take the Super Mario Run approach, where it's free to download and free to try, but after you do so many events, it's like, okay, give us $5 to play the rest of the game. I did shell out and buy the season pass with it. I didn't buy the music pass. You can't have remixes of Sonic songs unless you pay for it, which is kind of stupid. But it's still really fun. They did a really good job. It doesn't have dream events, but they implemented Sonic gameplay into the events. So, like, for instance, you'll have a diving event where you have to dive in the water to get a perfect score. But you also have to angle how you jump off the diving board to hit springs and bumpers to try and collect all the rings before diving into the water. It's like stuff like that, and it's just really fun. And even though you have to pay for some of the remixes that come with the initial pack are still really good remixes of those songs. It's just kind of stupid you have to pay for extra songs. Like, why would you want to pay for extra songs? That's just stupid. Alright. So, Sonic Pocket Adventure is going to go in Never Played. But it's one that I've always looked at. It's kind of like Sonic Advance, where they took the Sonic Adventure gameplay style and put it into 2D, but with 8-bit graphics instead of 32-bit. And it's one that's always looked fun to me and one I've always wanted to pick up. Funny enough, I work at a game store right now, and we actually have a copy of Sonic Pocket Adventure for like $40, and I want to get it. The only thing is I don't have a Neo Geo Pocket, so just because I have it doesn't mean I could play it. But it does have the modern art style. It lets you play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. And the levels are more so based off of Sonic 2, I believe. Like, I think it's got Emerald Hill, Chemical Plant, and Casino Night and all that. But from what I looked at, it looks like a pretty fun 2D Sonic game. It's nothing amazing, but it's 2D Sonic. Alright. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. So, where did I put Sonic? I put Sonic Riders in A rank. I'm gonna put Sonic Riders mid B rank. Yeah. So, I don't own Zero Gravity. I've been looking for a copy of it everywhere, but it's hard to find right now. But I did rent it from Gamefly, and it was very fun. I honestly do prefer Sonic Riders 1 over Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. But, it was still very fun. I loved the Zero Gravity mechanic. I loved, like, how you drift with it, and, you would, like, cause shortcuts to come off where you, like, lift objects up and grind off it and stuff like that. Hey, Trey. You only back for about 30 minutes or so? Alright. Thank you for popping back in. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Right. And some people probably see this as a positive for it, but it is more beginner-friendly than Riders. For me, though, that does kind of deter me a bit, because I am used to the mechanics of Riders. But the story and tracks are still really fun, like Sonic Riders 1. I do like the trick mechanic in Riders 1 more. And the fuel gauge is entirely gone. It's just a boost gauge. It's not... If you run out of boost in Zero Gravity, you're not on your feet like in Sonic Riders. You're still riding on your board. But it's still got the same level up mechanic where collecting a certain number of rings will actually upgrade your board. And it's actually better here where you choose a board based on its abilities. Instead of just upgrading your stats, it changes your board's appearance and abilities that you can pull off with it. So, like, in Riders 1, you could pick a board that lets you take the speed, flight, and power path. However, in Zero Gravity, if you pick a board like that, you'll probably only start with one, and then upgrade it to get the flight ability, and then upgrade it again to get the power ability. And it's stuff like that that's really cool. But yeah, still a really good game. I prefer Riders 1 over Zero Gravity. Alright, so we got Sonic R. So, I had Sonic R on PC, and I did get the Gems Collection, so I have it on GameCube as well. I love Sonic R. I love the music, I love the tracks, I love the gameplay, I love all the different characters they chose to put in the game. It's a very short game, you can only beat it in like 2 hours, but that's what makes it fun to me. I will just pop it in randomly and do just 100% run randomly of Sonic R. It's so much fun. And I love the graphics style. We never really got like a true 64-bit Sonic like 64 Mario or 64 Link. So I love the jagged classic art style of Sonic R. And it's something I think I streamed it before, I don't remember, but I want to stream it again. And this is definitely going, you know what, up in S rank with Sonic 3D Blast. I'm going to put it below 3D Blast, actually, because that's actually how I got these two. I got them in a combo pack, where it was like Sonic 3D Blast and Sonic R for PC for like $10. I found it at Toys R Us and I was like, dude, that's a deal. But they're both really good games. Okay. So, I'm actually going to talk about these in proper order, because you got Sonic Runners. So, Sonic Runners was back when Sega announced that they were... I think we'll get one for the Winter Olympics, maybe. I hope they put as much effort as they did with the Tokyo Olympics. So because of that, I don't know it. I don't know. I would love another one, though. Especially with how well the Tokyo Olympics were, actually. I'd love to see another. So, okay. Sonic Runners was... Sega announced one year that they didn't want to make console games anymore. They wanted to put more focus into mobile games. Like, they were still going to make console games, but mobile was going to be their new focus. And Sonic Runners was kind of like the flagship game for that. It flopped super hard, though. But not because it was a bad game, but the microtransactions were garbage in Sonic Runners. Mostly because, like, to unlock a character, you had to take forever to collect red rings, or, you know, spend hundreds of dollars to buy red rings, and then spin a wheel for a chance to land on a character that gave you a chance to give you a new character. If you got a repeat character, you basically wasted your money on that. So yeah, getting new characters was garbage. It was a money-grubbing idea. The game itself, however, is so much fun. It's a 2D auto-runner Sonic game where you picked between a speed type, flight type, or power type, and you basically just kept on endlessly running. And it told kind of a generic story along with you doing it, but it was very addictive and very fun. And they would even have like seasonal events where like they would put Easter eggs in the stages, and you had to collect all the Easter eggs to get a bunch of new items and stuff like that. So it's a really fun, really well thought out game. It was just the microtransactions were really garbage, but it's got a unique art style that looks really good, and the soundtrack for it is perfect. The only thing is, the game did flop. Sega did shut down the servers for it. There is a fan-made server right now for it, which I recommend, because I still play the game to this day, just with the fan-made server. And the fan-made server actually makes it where you don't have to unlock characters with microtransactions. You could just unlock the characters normally. And it's also got tons of Sonic fan service. This is a fan service Sonic game. You can unlock Mephiles as a playable character. You can get Excalibur as a partner. You can get Chip as a partner. You can get a Sega Genesis as a partner, just having a Sega Genesis flying behind you. So it's a really cool auto runner. And it's kind of sad that Sega kind of shut down the servers for it. And I'll put it above Sonic Rush, because I'm not too big on mobile games. Sonic Runners was a wonderful game. It was beautiful. I cannot deny how good that game was. Okay. So, after they did Sonic Runners and shut down the servers, they got Gameloft to make a offline version, which was honestly complete garbage and goes down in the D rank. So, Sonic Runners Adventure, you now had to pay for it. It's $1.99, I believe, but it only has like 7 playable characters and only like 10 stages to run to, and they're fixed stages. They're not endless runners anymore. And they also got rid of the unique art style it had. It's just a generic 3D looking Sonic game now. It just kind of got rid of all the charm that the original Sonic Runners had. It doesn't even use the original music. It's a new soundtrack that's not as good as the original soundtrack. It's honestly kind of a spit in the face for people who did like the Sonic Runners game. It's just like, we'll give you Sonic Runners offline, but half-baked and thrown together in 2 weeks. I think they did say, like, the reason it has, like, 10 levels is because they were going to update it with more and stuff, but I don't think they ever did. I think they gave up on the project entirely, actually. You could still buy and download it and play it, but it's not worth it. It's far better downloading the fan server of Sonic Runner than it is to buy their off-brand version that they have now. One more row to go. We're almost done here. Alright, so now we got Sonic Rush Adventure. This is one I've been waiting for. So, Sonic Rush Adventure, I actually like a little more than the original Sonic Rush. I'm actually going to put it right above it. So, Sonic Rush Adventure, the story is a flip of the Sonic Rush story. The story of Sonic Rush is Blaze comes to Sonic World, their worlds are merging together and it's falling apart. Sonic Rush Adventure is Sonic coming to Blaze's world. And it kind of takes a Wind Waker approach with it, where instead of going level to level, like a normal Sonic game, you have to find the levels. When you complete a level, based on your rank, you will collect materials to build different boats, upgrade your different boats, build buildings for your island and stuff like that, and explore and find hidden levels and stuff like that. There is still like a set path to take for the main levels of the game to follow the story, but there is so much extra content and there's so much exploration with the game. It's honestly one I really love. I know a lot of people don't like the different boats, because only like 2 of the boats are fun and the other 2 are kind of boring. But it's still a lot of fun. I love the jet ski and the hoverboard, or not the hovercraft. And they also make getting the soul gems different too. So like to get the Chaos Emeralds, you have to run across someone named Johnny who's hidden in the seas and race him for a Chaos Emerald. While to get the soul gems, or the soul emeralds, you'll pick up a mission to run through a stage as Blaze and basically finish the stage in a set amount of time to get the soul emerald. And it also takes like a Sonic Advance 3 kind of approach, where instead of having you play through the game once as Sonic and once as Blaze, you can switch between Sonic and Blaze whenever you want. You don't have to be one set character. And I think it's done far better here than it was in Advance 3. Because Adventure actually gives you a lot of content to work with, as opposed to like Advance 3 where it just has you grind through the same levels over and over again. So this is one I definitely recommend to a lot of people. It was kind of a throwaway title, because there was like one year like Sega released Sonic Rush Adventure, Sonic Rivals 2, and I think one other game, but gave like 0 advertisement for it. It just came out. So it was one of those games that not a lot of people really hear about, but it's one I definitely recommend. And it's just as good as Sonic Rush, if not better. Alright, so Sonic and the Secret Rings. So I'm actually going to put this low B rank. Yeah, I'll put it above Mario and Sonic. I actually like Secret Rings a lot. It came out when the motion controls of the Wii was still new and exciting. And it was fun. It was basically an auto runner with Sonic, but you use the Wii remote to tilt him back and forth. And it was a lot of fun. I've been saying a lot in this game. But I liked the mission structure where you would like jump between levels a lot. You didn't play through one level. The beginning is a bit grindy, but later on, when you get different abilities and stuff, it gets really fun. There are some later parts of the game that kind of get a bit ridiculous, especially with the motion control gimmick. But it's one I greatly enjoy, and I enjoyed the story and music a lot for it, too. I did 100% this last year. I actually streamed it. And I had a blast the whole time. I don't think there was any part of Secret Rings where I was like, okay, this is getting grindy. Well, except for the part where I had to level grind Sonic to max. That did get grindy. But no, like, the missions were fun. I don't know, like, it's a hard Sonic game, but it's one where I'm just like, I'm controlling Sonic with a stick here. I'm having fun doing that. Alright. So we got Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. I picked the cover that has Banjo-Kazooie on it, because if you got the 360 version, you got to play as Banjo-Kazooie. That alone makes it a Ultimate Tier rank. Now, I'm probably going to put it in S tier above Sonic Riders, or Sonic Runners. Sega All-Stars Racing, funny enough, seemed like a bargain bin title. Like, remember back when it came out, you would find this game in the bargain bin everywhere. But it's actually an incredibly good racer. It's nothing groundbreaking, it's kind of a generic arcade racer. But as a Sega fan, like, they have tons of tracks and stuff based on, like, Billy Hatcher, Sonic the Hedgehog, Super Monkey Ball. They have the Bonanza Brothers. Here, like, let me look up Bonanza Brothers for you. They got these guys, in Sonic All-Stars Racing. So it's basically like, sorry, I'm trying to fix my music here. It's basically just a love letter to Sega's history. And again, if you like Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Kazooie's in it. Good old Banjo-Kazooie. If you don't care about Sega at all, it's got Banjo-Kazooie, yo. But it's very fun, and the announcer in the game is very funny too. It doesn't have a story mode like Transform did, where it's like a mission-by-mission collectathon. But it does still have a mission mode, and the Grand Prix is still really fun. Multiplayer is still really fun. Its trick system is not as intuitive as Transform. It's kind of Mario Kart-esque in its trick style. But it's very fun. I don't know what else to say. It's just a really good kart racer. Alright. So Sonic Spinball on the Game Gear goes in E rank, slightly above Sonic 2 on the Game Gear. I had a little more fun with Sonic Spinball on the Game Gear, but it's like the original Spinball, it's not one I want to come back to. I actually think it's tougher than the original, but it plays out more like a pinball game than the Genesis version. Alright. Didn't have much to say to that one. Sonic Triple Trouble. Sonic Triple Trouble... Where did I put Sonic Chaos? I put it in C tier. No, it's better than C rank. So, Triple Trouble came out the same time as Sonic and Knuckles. And it's a very fun Sonic game. I love the music, I love the stages. It's a Sonic game I played a lot when I was little on the Game Gear. It's literally the best Game Gear Sonic game there is. Probably put it up with... You know what? I'll put it right below Sonic Advance 3. Because it plays similarly to Sonic Chaos. I think it's literally the same engine as Sonic Chaos. But it's more of a Sonic game than any other Game Gear Sonic game. Like, the levels actually feel like Sonic levels, not just a generic platforming stage. And the game can get challenging like Sonic Chaos, but more in like a way of how like Sonic 2 gets challenging, rather than hey, let's just throw bottomless pits everywhere and hope you know how to jump. But yeah, Sonic Triple Trouble is a lot of fun. I love the rocket boots you can get. You get like these rocket boots that let you fly through the air. But it's just kind of a generic Sonic platformer for the Game Gear. It's a lot of fun though. It's way too much fun. Okay. So you can't really see it, but this is the Wii version of Sonic Unleashed, which I will put low A tier. Put it above Mega Collection. So the Wii and PS2 version of Sonic Unleashed I still like a lot, like 360 version, but I don't know. I don't like the level structure that much. Like, there's some cut levels in the Wii version that are not in the Wii version that are in the PS3 and 360 version. But I also don't like how, like... So, in the 360 version, you will have, like, one 5 to 8 minute Sonic stage, and then one 10 to 20 minute Werehog stage. While in Unleashed, you'll have, like, a 1 minute Modern Sonic stage, and then do a bunch of 30-second missions, and then have a 5 minute Werehog mission, and then a 5 minute Werehog mission, and then a 5 minute Werehog mission, and then a 5 minute Werehog mission. I don't like that it divides it like that without telling you how many acts you have to go through. But it's still really fun, and I will honestly say with the different acts, it actually adds more of level variety than the original, or not the original, the 360 version, because, like, take Chunin for instance. They'll have one where you're running on the Great Wall, and then one where you're climbing a waterfall, and then one where you're running through a city, as compared to Unleashed where it's mostly just running through Chunin, the city of Chunin. But the level structure I honestly didn't enjoy that much, but I do like collecting the medals with getting different ranks and opening different doors to get different abilities and stuff. I do like that. And it's still a fun game overall. It's still fun like this. Fun like the 360 version. It just kind of feels... When you play both of them, it feels kind of like the lesser version of the 360. I know some people prefer the Wii version over the 360 version, and then vice versa. I'm vice versa. But, I don't know. Still a great game. Still love every minute of it. I just think I like 360 far more because of its own way of its structure compared to the Wii structure. Alright. So Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis, Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis for GBA. That goes below Sonic Labyrinth in E rank. So Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis on GBA is an interesting port of Sonic 1. So it's a port of Sonic 1 that adds the spin dash, and that's basically it. It can also save your progress too, so like if you're on Zone 3 it'll save your progress, so when you start the game again you're on Zone 3. But it was made in the Sonic Advance engine using the original sprites, and that kind of led to a problem where the sprites are blown up, and because they're blown up, it's got so much going on in the Sonic Advance engine that it causes the game to lag, and the physics are also not one-to-one. It's more like Sonic Advance physics than Sonic 1 physics. And because of that, the level design's not really built around it. It kind of becomes a clunk fest. Like, it's Sonic 1 on Game Boy Advance, but that's as good as that kind of sounds. Which is kind of sad, because Mario's 16-bit games were really good on GBA, but the moment Sonic puts one on GBA, it's kind of garbage compared to its unique games for GBA. Okay. So now we got Mario and Sonic at the Sochi Olympic Games. This is going to go with above London 2012. I actually really like the Sochi Olympics a lot. It's got a lot more variety, kind of like how the original two do. And it's while it is a minigame collection, it doesn't feel like a minigame collection like these three do. Instead, the problem I have with it is the way it does controls. Because it is a Wii U game, and they push the Wii U gamepad. The thing is, as a minigame collection, it's made for multiplayer. So it'll force player 1 to play with the gamepad, and then force the other players to play with Wii Motion Plus Wii remotes. They gotta be Wii Motion Plus, nothing else. And because of that, it kind of makes it a bit of a nightmare. Like, you feel like some's at advantage and some are not. Your favorite Sonic game? Or Sonic song? This is a good song. Also, how are you doing, Gunthmo PK? I hope I said that right. I'm bad with names. But yeah, the Sochi Olympics, I don't know, the control thing is what throws me off. Everything else I really enjoyed about the game, single player wise I enjoyed it. But it's, I don't know, having people use different controls makes it feel kind of clunky. Alright, now we're towards the end now. Alright. There's a mobile phone wearing Sonic at the Olympic Games. Yeah, we already... Where did I put that? You're doing good? That's good. You just wish I had slap brace and brought out the break core more. I don't know, it's pretty catchy as is. I'd probably have to hear it with the slap bass. It probably would sound a lot better with it. But it's good. For Sonic at the Olympic Games, let's see. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I put it right here. I actually want to stream that later this year, the Mario Sonic at the Sonic at the Olympic Games mobile. Okay. So now we got Tails Adventure. Funny enough, these are the last two games we're talking about. Tails Adventure is very interesting because it's a 2D platformer, but it plays like a Zelda game where you like collect items, switch items, and do like different platforming puzzles with it. It's very interesting. Sonic Shuffle B rank. Yeah, Sonic Shuffle B rank. I actually like Sonic Shuffle a bit. I know this tier list is not the definitive tier list, this is just my opinion on these games. But yeah, Tails Adventure is... It's not an easy game, but it's interesting. And I want to put it up with Mean Bean Machine just because I find it very interesting. But it has so much replay value. It does. Like, B-Rank's not bad. Like, here's how I was doing it. Is, E-Rank is Sonic games I never want to think about and never want to play again. D-Rank is, like, I'll probably go back and play it, but they're not my favorite games. C-Rank is down the middle average. Like, they're not bad games, but they're not good either. They're just kind of one way or the other. B-Rank is when we start getting to good games. And then A and S rank are downright my favorite Sonic games, just S rank I like a little bit more than A rank. And then Ultimate Lifeform is literally, these are the best Sonic games that I love so much that I could never think anything less of them. So Sonic Shuffle is still considered a good game, because it is a good game. I just kind of wish like some things were tweaked a bit, like how often minigames popped up and stuff like that. But it definitely has tons of replay value. Tails Adventure, yeah, like, I don't know. It's a weird game. It's a very weird game, but it's fun because it's weird. And I'm also going to put Tails Sky Patrol up there. Because I actually like Sky Patrol. Sky Patrol's a lot of fun, but it's not a Sonic game. It's a very slow-paced flying game. It was actually brought up recently that it was going to be like a game where you're a little helicopter flying through levels. But Sega's like, you know what? Make it a Sonic game. So they slapped Tails in at the last minute. That's why the bosses and stuff look really weird compared to Tails. But still, it's still very fun on its own. It's just very weird. You don't like Sonic 06, but can't help going back to play it because of the replay value. Yeah, that's why it's D rank, because it's also high D rank. Like, I'm also ordering these, like, not just throwing them in D rank because it's D rank. Because, yeah, it's not that good of a Sonic game, but it's hilarious. I love Sonic 06 because it's downright hilarious. And some of the levels can actually be really fun if you try to play them seriously. Like, I actually like a lot of Sonic stages in the game. But yeah, it's not that good of a Sonic game, to be honest. So, before we end this tier list, I'm gonna rate all 5 Sonic TV shows that we have right now. You know, now I think about it, I probably should have had the Sonic movie. Oh well. But let's talk about these shows, shall we? So, we got Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. So, this was kind of like a Looney Tunes approach for Sonic. But it's really weird. It's like very silly and cartoony, and a lot of it doesn't make too much sense. But to be honest, it's like mindlessly wacky. I don't really know what to say about it other than that. I did own a lot of the VHS tapes growing up. It was funny. It was funny. I grew up with a lot of VHS tapes, and I loved the episodes I had. I don't know. It's kind of weird to talk about because every episode is not really. Every episode is very unique in a very weird designed way, but not in a bad way either. Sonic X is S tier. We'll get to Sonic X. Don't worry. We'll get to Sonic X. Underground's your fave. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Probably put that in A. Probably low A rank. I don't know. I don't have much to say about it, but it's one that I do like. I love the characters in it. I like Sonic's design a lot in it too. I actually like the classic Sonic design for it. Scratch was funny, Grounder was just stupid. Funny enough, Grounder was my favorite of the two. I still really liked Scratch, but Grounder was really good. Actually, I think Coconuts was my favorite. He didn't pop up often, but I did like Coconuts a lot. Coconuts was like a nice mix of the two. Yeah, it's fine. I understand it was a typo. I don't know, it's kind of a hard show to talk about just because of how wacky it is. But I do love it a lot, too. Honestly, it's the more wacky of the 5 shows. But now we got the Saturday morning Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. I'm gonna put this mid-S tier. I have the complete series on DVD of Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's honestly really good. I love the story, I love the characters, and honestly with a lot of Deke's, trying to think of the proper word, where, like, Deke had a lot of rules set for how their cartoons should be. It honestly did really well. Because, like, I love the art style for it. I love the backgrounds, the story. Honestly, the only problem is just that it ended on a cliffhanger. Because, like, it still had, like, a blend of, like, silliness and seriousness to it. Like, there would be some serious episodes, and then there would be some silly ones. Like, there's one episode where Sonic has to spend the night with a character named Antoine, and they can't get along at all. But what makes it very dynamic is Sonic doesn't always win in the show either. Like, there are a lot of episodes that end with a sad ending. And it's pretty powerful for, you know, a kid's show in the early 90s like that. Oh, you bet I'm ready for Sonic 2 next year. I am super excited for Sonic 2. That's sad because you couldn't make a top 10 Sonic Underground song. The closest you got was 6 to 8. I'd probably have that problem too, because I like a lot of the Sonic Underground songs. Sonic Underground had some good songs. Whew. But now we got Sonic Underground, actually. I really like Sonic Underground. I think I really like all the shows. Sonic Boom, not so much, but I still like it. Martin Brooks should have voiced Sonic. He was the original movie Sonic. Yeah. I don't know, I kind of like the actor they chose. Just because the actor they do have for the Sonic movie Sonic has like a childlike wonder in his voice. And I do kind of like that. Sonic Underground was basically the Saturday morning cartoon, but a little more silly. It still had a very serious story to it. But it was more upbeat. It had the same problem as Sonic Sat AM, where it didn't get finished. It had a proper storyline, but it never had a proper finale. I think they were planning to make it 100 episodes long, and they only finished like 66 of them before they canned the rest of the series. But what they had was really, really good, though. Every episode did have a song. Some were a little too much, but there were a lot of really good songs in Sonic Underground that I still listen to. And it also showed, like, it brought Knuckles in, like, both Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and Saturday AM Sonic did not have Knuckles. Was Underground the one where Eggman was really evil looking? No, that was Saturday Morning Sonic. Saturday Morning had the scary designed Eggman. Sonic Underground had the same design as Saturday Morning Sonic, but he was more cartoony looking. Like, he still looked serious, but he was more dopey looking. Like, here. Saturday AM Sonic Robotnik. Yeah, so like this was him in the Saturday Morning. You're just like, he looks evil and devious. Oh yeah. This was him in Sonic Underground. See, he looks like, you got like evil and serious. Like, he can actually be a little bit scary. His voice is very deep too. But then you got him in Sonic Underground where he's just kind of... I can't take this GIF seriously. I know where this GIF, what episode this GIF is from too. I just want to admire this for a minute. Look at him go. Oh man. Okay, back to this now. He looks like those future humans from the movie Wall-E does. Oh man, but Underground's still really good. Put it under Sat AM, but put it up with it, because I still liked it as much as Sat AM Sonic. But Sonic Underground was the one with where Sonic had siblings. He had a brother and a sister named Manic and Sonya. And they were actually royalty. Like, Sonic was a prince in this series. And the story was Robotnik took over the kingdom, ran the queen out of town. Queen had to leave her children with 3 different families until they were old enough to meet up again and fight back Robotnik and try to win the kingdom back from him. Saying you can't have Underground without Sat AM. Exactly. Their stories are very similar, where people could probably get these two mixed up a lot. Because, like, in both of these, Sonic has a uncle. And they're both the same uncle. It's fun to blur them together. Yeah. But Sat AM did have a lot more characters. It doesn't have the siblings, but it has a lot more characters, because the Saturday Morning was more about the freedom fighters. So you had Sonic, Tails, Sally, Antoine, Bunny, Rotor, and then a bunch of other side characters as well. While Sonic Underground, the freedom fighters was strictly Sonic, Manic, and Sonya, And then maybe another freedom fighter would pop up every so often in certain episodes. I don't remember his name, but there was a lion in Sonic Underground. Yeah, this guy. He popped up every so often. He's kind of weird looking. Okay. So, next we gotta talk about Sonic X. So, Sonic X is interesting because it was an anime for Sonic. It was Sonic's first and only anime that he's had. That came out around the time Sega kind of lost the console market. Around the time they were about to release Sonic Heroes and all that, this is when Sonic X came out. And the animation is kind of cheap in Sonic X. Like, it's not all bad, but they tried to. I think they tried to imitate like the adventure concept art, which is what I really like. I like the adventure concept art look they went for Sonic X. But can I get a good GIF? They had some animations that felt a little cheap. There were some really good animations like this. I actually uploaded on Twitter a GIF of Cream throwing cheese that was really well animated. I think it was later in Season 2 where the budget kind of went down a bit. Because I don't think Sonic X did well in Japan, but it did super well in America. It actually did so well in America that Season 3 actually got funded because of 4Kids. 4Kids themselves funded a third season of Sonic X to be made. But like the story writing was still really good for Sonic X. Season 2 was mostly retelling the adventure games, but it still told a really good story about Sonic and his friends ending up in another world and them trying to get back. And Season 3 is downright beautiful in every way. The animation, the storytelling, the characters. Season 3 is really good. They ended it strong. He didn't have soap shoes till the third season and he didn't keep them. Yeah, they were just like little bonuses that Tails made for him to grind once in an episode. But I don't know, Season 3 of Sonic X is super good. Season 1 is okay. Season 2 is pretty good. And then Season 3 ends super strong. Trying to think. I'm trying to find. There were just a couple parts where the animation wasn't top quality, and I want to find one of them because it looks silly. Yeah, I can't find anything. Oh well. But it was still a really good series, and I'd honestly like for them to try and do another Sonic anime, honestly. I'd probably put it up pretty high S tier. Yeah, Cream's really good. I like Cream a lot. Cream's a really good character. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So last we got the Sonic Boom TV show. You heard the best Cream voice on Amino app? Ooh. Cream used to be one of my favorite characters. I still like her a lot, but I don't know. I like Blazing Silver more. She sounded just like Cream. That's cool. I honestly miss having Cream more in the series. Was Cream in Generations? Yeah, I think she was in Generations, actually. Yeah, she was in Speed Highway. Even better than the real voice actor. It's been a while since Cream's been in a game. I'd like to see Cream in a game again. But yeah, Sonic Boom. So Sonic Boom is a very interesting TV show. It's not a bad TV show by any means. It's probably, I'm gonna put it mid B rank. Sonic Boom was... It was a cartoon based off the video game, but the developers of Rise of Lyric and the TV show didn't have any communication. So the Rise of Lyric team threw the story out the window because of that, and the TV show decided to take a more comedic route with it. Because of that, Sonic Boom doesn't have that much of a cohesive story like all the other shows do. But it does have some wonderful moments. It's not a bad TV show. I do think Season 2 kind of got a little... It kind of went on too long, I think. But Season 1 and like the first half of Season 2 were really good for Sonic Boom. The only thing I felt bad about was how Cartoon Network treated it, because Cartoon Network treated Sonic Boom so badly. Because they were the distributors for the US version of Sonic Boom, but they put it on like... They put it at like 5 a.m. on Saturday mornings. Gotta go. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Trey. But yeah, Sonic Boom... They treated it horribly. They had it like 5 a.m. on Saturday mornings. And when it actually started gaining traffic, like a lot of people started waking up early to watch Sonic Boom, they pushed it like an hour or two later in the day. And then when Season 2 aired, they decided, okay, it's not going to be on Cartoon Network, we're going to throw it onto Boomerang. So they really just didn't treat Sonic Boom with that much respect. And it sadly didn't get to last that long. Like I said, I think they started running dry on their humor a bit, but it still ended pretty funny and pretty good. I think the problem was Cartoon Network treating it badly and the fact that Rise of Lyric honestly was not that good. Oh, poor Rise of Lyric. Didn't have a chance. You heard that Shadow's supposed to be in the second Sonic movie? I've heard that too, but I haven't seen anything concrete yet. I've seen people just be like, oh, Eggman's floating in this one production scene. That must mean that Shadow's there, right? But, I don't know. I'm also trying to avoid, like, much spoilers of the movie. Like, I've seen that Knuckles is in it and everything, but I'm still trying to be like, no, I don't want to see anything in the movie. But, yeah. This is our full Sonic tier list right here. With Sonic Adventure being my favorite Sonic game of all time. And the worst being Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. This game made me snap. I just can't take this game seriously. Like, I actually tried to defend it for a couple weeks, and then something in my mind just snapped. I could not stand Rise of Lyric at all. Whew. But yeah. Pretty proud of this. It took us more than 4 hours. I was surprised at how long that took. I estimated about 3 hours, but 4 hours ain't bad. Okay. So now we're going to do some karaoke. I'm only going to be live for about 2 more hours. But we're going to end the stream by doing some karaoke.